Chapter 2978. This was probably the best example of what it meant to celebrate too early. It's you! At such a close distance. How could Bai Shui not recognize Suyu's scent? It's not me. You've got the wrong person, Suyu said hurriedly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he realized that he had said something unnecessary. Bai Shui's eyes narrowed immediately as she stared at Suyu. Did I ask who you are? That it's not me had betrayed Suyu. Suyu coughed dryly and said, Oh, it's you, Bai Shui. I haven't seen you for a year, and you've become even more beautiful. I almost didn't recognize you. Bai Shui gritted her teeth and laughed. Then, she grabbed Suyu's sleeve and pushed him back into the room. Come in. Bang! The door was slammed shut. The holy pirate, who had just stepped out of the room, was dumbfounded. Master, what's wrong? Su Kai, or could not help but ask when she heard the sound. The corners of the holy pirate's mouth twitched. Is this old friend of your mother really a woman? Su Kai's eyes narrowed. I have my doubts too, judging from her words and actions. She doesn't seem like a woman. At that moment, they heard a crackling sound coming from Su Yu's room. The master and disciple immediately leaned against the door and window to eavesdrop on what was going on inside. You've made me look for you so hard. Bai Shui gritted her teeth in hatred. Do you know how badly you've hurt me? The sudden appearance of a large number of documents with the seal of the Heavenly Law Alliance had exposed the fact that she had lost the seal. The older generation in the Heavenly Law Alliance had condemned her and ordered her to find the seal and the statue seal. Otherwise, she would be removed from her position as the Alliance Master. During this period, she had been questioned and questioned by countless believers. Only she knew how much she had been wronged. Suyu let go of her hand and said calmly, How did I hurt you? Still playing dumb? Bai Shui gritted her teeth and stretched out her hand. Give me back the seal of the Heavenly Law Alliance and the statue seal. Suyu looked sincere as he said, Actually, I wanted to give them back to you a long time ago, but I didn't have the chance. As he spoke, he took out two glossy objects from his space ring. He handed one of the balls to her. White snow wiped away the glossy surface, revealing the Heavenly Tao Union's seal. Seeing that the seal was intact, White Snow heaved a sigh of relief. At least I didn't lose it, White Snow murmured. She was really worried that Suyu wouldn't cherish her things and would carelessly throw them away or let them be snatched away by someone else. Now it seemed that he had thought too much. Give me the statue seal as well. White Snow extended her palm. Suyu casually stuffed it into her palm and said, Don't worry, I don't need to destroy your things. This isn't my style. Bai Shui didn't think much of it. She took the orb and touched it with her hand. A complete statue seal appeared before her eyes. It was not damaged at all. At least you know what's good for you. Bai Shui blinked and snorted. Suyu's face showed no sign of guilt. I told you, I'm not that kind of person. Bai Shui pouted and placed the seal together with the seal, ready to stuff it into her space ring. Unexpectedly, when the two objects touched, a cracking sound was heard. Bai Shui was stunned. She looked down to see that the statue seal had split into two halves from the bottom. She could not help but be stunned for a moment, until Suyu let out a cry of surprise and blame. Bai Shui, how could you be so careless as to destroy your own seal sculpture? I didn't. Bai Shui was stunned, hurriedly trying to explain herself. She had only touched it lightly. How could she have destroyed the sturdy statue seal? You are too irresponsible. How could you treat such an important thing so roughly? Suyu lectured her. As the Alliance Master, how could I be careless when dealing with the Alliance Master's legacy? To think that I have been carefully keeping them, hoping that one day I would return them to you intact. But in the end, you actually destroyed them. What a waste of my kindness. Bai Shui was at a loss, stammering, This? I don't know either. Suyu sighed and shook his head. Forget it. I don't want to say anything more. You destroyed the statue, Seal yourself. Think of a way to deal with it. I still have things to do, so I'll take my leave first. Okay. Bai Shui looked at the broken statue, her eyebrows furrowed. She was thinking about how to explain this to the old Alliance masters. Once the statue seal was broken, it would be extremely troublesome to apply for a new one, and it might not even be possible. Suyu left silently. Outside the door, the holy pirate, Su Kai, and the others looked at him in surprise. What are you looking at? Don't you have proper business to attend to? Suyu said impatiently. Let's go. Su Kai looked at Suyu's back and muttered, I feel like something is wrong. Suyu led them out of the inn. As soon as they left, he rushed forward without a care in the world. He felt a little guilty, but he managed to fool them. In the room, Bai Shui rubbed her forehead and sighed. What should I do now? She felt a headache coming on. She touched the broken statue and had an urge to cry. But as she thought about it, Bai Shui suddenly thought of something. Wait, where is he? She got up and looked around, only to find that Suyu had left while she was distracted. Why did he leave in such a hurry? Bai Shui was suspicious. Also, why did he pretend not to know me when we first met? And why did he say that he had been preparing to return the 2 items to me? The more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. Finally, she looked at the broken statue seal in her hand, her mind roaring. This was definitely Suyu's doing. She had only accidentally touched it, and it had finally broken. But this guy did not know how to repent or apologize, and he had even shamelessly taught her a lesson. Thinking of this, Bai Shui was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Ah, you damn liar! Bai Shui stomped her feet on the ground, her eyes as wide as bells. Then she flew up into the sky, knocking over the roof of the inn, and stood in the void, looking in all directions. She gritted her teeth and said, Damn liar, I will definitely find you! Suyu suddenly sneezed when he was about to reach the transportation portal. He could not help but look behind him. He could not help but click his tongue. Could Bai Shui have come back to her senses? What's wrong? Is the curse acting up? Su Kai said with a faint smile. Suyu grunted. Don't mention the curse. The curse was a very vicious thing. Even in the vast sea of people, he had still managed to bump into Bai Shui. No one would believe it if he said it out loud. Those behind, are you guys going or not? In front of the transportation portal, a white-robed martial artist in charge of the spell frowned as he berated them. Suyu and the rest immediately stepped forward. Let's go! Including Mo Hung, for people jumped onto the spell. 3 of the 4 were cursed. The moment they jumped onto the spell, the glow of the spell suddenly extinguished. It quickly dimmed and stopped operating. The white-robed elder was stunned. The spell is broken? This is too strange. It has been operating for hundreds of years without any problems. Why would it suddenly break? Chapter 2979. The curse was extraordinarily efficacious. The spell, which had been safe and sound for hundreds of years, was broken as soon as he stepped on it. It did not take him even a moment to catch his breath. The holy pirate and Su Kai's faces fell, and the corners of their mouths twitched. The curse was really a troublesome thing. It seems that our curse is getting more and more serious. If we don't find a way to solve it, the consequences will be unimaginable. The holy pirate reminded them. Suyu looked at the transmission portal with hatred and said, Forget it. Let's cross over directly. His space domain had evolved, and it contained a hint of the absolute beginning force. The speed was about twice as fast as before. Although it would take some time, it was better than being stuck here. Moreover, he could not waste time here at all, because there was still Bai Shui, who could come back to her senses at any time. Let's go. Suyu had always been decisive. He decisively displayed the space domain, took everyone with him, and teleported in the direction of the stone man. Swoosh! Everyone only felt that the space was reversed, and the universe was overturned. It was as if they had crossed an infinite space. However, when they opened their eyes, they found that they were still in the same place as if they had never moved. If the people around the spell hadn't looked at them with astonished eyes, they would have suspected that they had never left at all. You guys, you teleported away and then came back. What is the meaning of this? The white-robed elder who guarded the spell asked unhappily. It was strange that as soon as they left, the spell miraculously worked again. However, as soon as they came back, the spell could not be used again. It was as if the spell had a grudge against Suyu and the others. Suyu was a little stunned. He had been cultivating for more than 200 years, and the space domain had been as skillful as eating and drinking. However, this was the first time that he had used the space domain with all his strength, and the result was that he had returned to his original position after making a big circle. Suyu did not believe it, so he tried the heaven and earth great shift again. As a result, Suyu's face fell when he saw that they had returned to their original position again, without any deviation. Even the holy pirate calmed down and said in a low voice, "The curse is much greater than expected." She tried to take out a space talisman to take everyone away. However, the result was that the talisman, which could cross countless mountains and rivers, could only take them a few steps. The holy pirate said, "The more powerful the space assistance we use, the worse the effect will be." In other words, they could only fly normally, which would minimize the effect of the curse. Suyu's face sank. He had a bad premonition in his heart. With such a serious curse, so what if they succeeded in finding the stone man? Even traveling was a problem, let alone trying to capture a few stone men quietly. Suyu looked at Emo Hung. He was the only one among them who had not been cursed. "Emo Hung, give it a try." Suyu took out a space charm and passed it to him. Emo Hung could tell that there was a serious problem with Suyu and his group. Knowing that the situation was serious, he immediately activated the space amulet. In the end, the space talisman was successfully activated, but the distance it brought them was only half the original distance. Emo Hang's expression also changed as he said, "Could it be that he thought for a moment, took out a dagger and casually threw it into the sky. In the end, the dagger had unexpectedly stabbed towards Emo Hung. The curse is contagious." Emo Hang's expression was a little stiff. His curse was not as serious as Suyu's, but it was definitely not light. Suyu and the holy pirates' faces were extremely gloomy. If even Emo Hung was cursed, then who among them could go and capture the stone man? By the time they found the right person, the curse would have reached an extremely terrifying level, and they would probably die on the spot. At that moment, an angry voice came from afar. "Ah, I will kill you." Suyu's mouth twitched when he heard that. Trouble is coming. But suddenly his mind flashed and an idea came to mind. The holy pirate frowned as he looked at Bai Shui. "Do you need my help?" He meant to get rid of Bai Shui. Although Bai Shui had a faint aura of a great saint, she was still too young. She must have just broken through, so killing her would not be difficult. "If you kill her, who will get the blood of the stone man for you?" Suyu smiled meaningfully and took the lead to rise into the air, blatantly attracting Bai Shui's attention. The holy pirate and the others did not understand Suyu's meaning, so they could only follow him. Bai Shui clenched her teeth, trembling with anger. "I'll see where you can escape to." She was determined to not let Suyu escape. Even if he fled to the ends of the earth, she would catch him and bring him back. Time passed by in a flash. After a whole month, the two parties, one chasing and the other fleeing, crossed almost half of the cloud desolate territory. Finally, on this day, Suyu and the others arrived at a mountain shrouded in golden clouds. No, to be exact, it was a golden mountain. Suyu was no stranger to that mountain. It was the Little Saint Mountain when the Holy Mountain destroyed the world when it was an 8-star civilization. It was located in the center of the cloud desolate territory, overlooking all directions. Visible to the naked eye, stone men patrolled the Little Saint Mountain. Su Yu's eyes lit up. Were those the stone men? But the curse at the moment was too serious. When Su Yu looked at the stone men, several stone men coincidentally looked up at the sky and saw Su Yu and the others. Flying is prohibited in the sky above the holy mountain. Light of destruction warning. Boom! A light of destruction that Su Yu was particularly familiar with swept over. Unlike when it was an 8-star civilization, the Little Saint Mountain was now in a 9-star civilization. It was unknown if it was closer to the real holy mountain, so the power that erupted was quite terrifying. It was enough to threaten the strong men of the great saint level. Su Yu and the others immediately dodged. However, under the influence of the curse, the light of destruction that they had clearly dodged exploded unstably, enveloping Su Yu, the holy pirate, Su Kaier, and Amohung. All 4 of them were affected, and they were blown away one after another, their bodies covered in injuries. Su Kaier's cultivation was the weakest among them, and her injuries were the most serious. Su Yu immediately rushed over to heal her. Even the stone men patrolling on the holy mountain were shocked. The light of destruction was an extremely stable energy, and 1 in a million would not necessarily explode. Not only did this one explode, but it also accurately enveloped all 4 of them. They had never seen such a situation before. Su Yu stabilized Su Kaier's injuries and looked angrily at the stone men below. He pulled out the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations and struck the holy mountain fiercely. A huge arc-shaped energy attacked the holy mountain fiercely, causing it to tremble violently. Although it did not cause any damage to the holy mountain, it was undoubtedly a provocation to the holy mountain. Immediately, countless strong men of the holy mountain leaped up from the holy mountain and launched an attack on them. Su Yu's eyes flashed and he said, "Let's go!" Instead of continuing to escape, they turned around and went back the way they came. It went without saying who they would meet along the way. Chapter 2980. As expected, Bai Shui chased after them not long after. Her face turned cold as she said through gritted teeth, "You dare come back?" She rejoiced in her heart. She had thought that Su Yu would have escaped long ago, given how cunning he was. Who knew that he would still be nearby? Even Bai Shui found it hard to believe. But when she looked closely, Bai Shui realized that Su Yu was followed by a group of stone men stationed here. Bai Shui immediately recognized them and gasped. The stone men patrol. How could she not know that the stone men patrol stationed in every region had the responsibility of suppressing the local area? They could kill anyone first and report to the higher-ups later. Even if they killed wrongly, the other party would only be severely punished. But if they were killed unjustly, they would die in vain. Seeing a large group of stone men patrol chasing after Su Yu and the others, Bai Shui tactfully dodged to the side, not wanting to be implicated. She was still gloating in her heart. You escaped, and now you're being targeted by the stone men patrol. Su Yu and the others brushed past Bai Shui. Before they left, Su Yu turned to look at Bai Shui, frowning. Why are you only here now? We've been waiting for you for so long. Let's go. The stone men are going to catch us. Bai Shui was stunned. Waiting for her for so long? What us? But the next moment, Bai Shui was startled. One of the stone men who had caught up to them launched a domain attack at Bai Shui, shouting, "Inform the camp they have other people. Ask the camp to send reinforcements." What? Wait. I'm not with them. I'm here to kill them. Bai Shui shouted as she dodged the domain attack, trying to disassociate herself from the stone men. If the holy mountain determined that she was with Su Yu and the others, it would implicate the Heavenly Law Alliance. The stone person revealed a confused expression and hesitated. At that moment, Su Yu, who had already escaped far away, suddenly turned back and used his 8 domains to disperse the stoneman's domain. He then grabbed Bai Shui's arm and said, "Are you crazy? You think you can fool the stone men patrol like this? Do you think they're idiots?" Hearing this, the stone men chasing from behind had a vicious look in their eyes. "Kill them all first." Who knew whether this petite woman was in cahoots with Su Yu and his companions? Rather than be deceived by this suspicious woman, they might as well kill them all. Bai Shui was seething with anger, pointing at Su Yu with a trembling finger. I'll kill you. Nothing good would come out of being with him. Now, they were actually being targeted by the Stoneman Patrol. Quick, inform the camp, and send back the news of the 5 people the Stonemen ordered. Bai Shui's heart. The reason why the people of the 9-star civilizations had to have official documents was because the Holy Mountain wanted to control all the living beings of the 9-star civilizations. Bai Shui was no exception. If her information was sent back to the Sacred Mountain, the Sacred Mountain would be able to immediately find Bai Shui's origins and punish the Heavenly Law Alliance. The punishment of the Sacred Mountain had always been bloody and merciless. Bai Shui panicked, but a ruthless glint flashed in her eyes. She squinted her eyes and looked around. When she realized that there were only 4 stone men chasing after her and no one else, she calmed down. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Don't blame me for being merciless, she thought. As a newly ascended great saint, dealing with 4 stone men was more than enough. She decisively retaliated, raising her hand to summon a hammer glowing with a green light. She controlled it from afar, and the Tao artifact smashed forward with a heat wave. You dare attack the Stonemen Patrol? Of course, the Stone Men were not to be trifled with. They summoned a few powerful talismans. Each talisman could cause considerable damage to a great saint. The power of the talismans was unimaginable. But since Bai Shui was determined to kill, how could she fail? Go. She shook her body. Black holes appeared in the space around her, each of them shooting out a hammer-like Tao artifact. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of hammers crashed toward the 4 stone men. 10,000 hammer formation? You're from the Heavenly Law Alliance? The 4 stone men's pupils shrank, their faces aghast. The 10,000 hammer array was one of the most powerful array formations in the Heavenly Law Union. It used hundreds of peerless Tao artifacts, and even great sage experts would die if they encountered it. Run. The Heavenly Law Alliance is rebelling. The 4 stone men fled in 4 different directions, desperately sending this urgent message to the camp. Bai Shui gritted her teeth. Destroy. Boom. Hundreds of hammers slammed into the void. Every strike produced a sound wave that could harm one's soul. Hundreds of sound waves stacked together, their power comparable to the Tai soul calming bell. The 4 stone men who had not yet escaped were affected, their souls immediately destroyed. But one of the stone men had successfully sent a message. Bai Shui wanted to stop it, but it was too late. His face was ashen, and his heart fell into an icy valley. But at that moment, a palm suddenly appeared, intercepting the message and quickly destroying it. The owner of the palm was none other than Su Yu. I saved you again. We don't owe each other anything. Su Yu smiled, but as soon as he finished speaking, the 10,000 hammer formation went out of control, targeting Su Yu and launching a sound wave attack. Su Yu's eyebrows twitched. He quickly took out the Yimo Soul Calming Bell and activated it, preparing to release a soul attack to counteract the opponent's attack. Unexpectedly, the Yimo Soul Calming Bell was like a dead object, unable to be activated. Upon closer inspection, the Yimo Soul Calming Bell was damaged. It must have been affected by the great sickle of 10,000 calamities during the Battle of the Blood Mountain. But Su Yu had not noticed it. This damned curse! Su Yu immediately realized that it was caused by the curse. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Su Yu had a brainwave and covered himself with the Yimo Soul Calming Bell. Just then, the powerful soul attack swept past, and a small part of it penetrated the Yimo Soul Calming Bell and attacked Su Yu's soul. There was a sharp pain in his head, but the external 10,000 hammer formation was preparing to launch a second attack after the first attack failed. Bai Shui was shocked. She hurriedly withdrew the 10,000 hammer formation, looking stunned. Ruyu, the holy pirate Su Kai, And Emo Hung hurried over and moved the Yimo soul calming bell away, afraid that Suyu would be accidentally injured and killed. But the curse had unexpectedly appeared. The Yimo soul calming bell, which was already damaged, launched an attack when they were shaken. The three of them were very close, and Suyu himself was inside the Yimo soul calming bell. Once the attack was launched, the four of them could not imagine what would happen to them, especially Sukair. Not only was her cultivation weak, but she was also cursed. She would definitely die. Strange things kept happening, and even Bai Shui could see that something was wrong. Seeing that the Yimo soul calming bell was about to be launched, she immediately activated the 10,000 hammer formation. Hundreds of hammers pressed down on the Yimo soul calming bell, preventing it from launching an attack. After a moment of stalemate, the Yimo soul calming bell finally stopped. Bai Shui heaved a sigh of relief and looked at them suspiciously. Did the few of you enter the Blood Mountain and get cursed? Chapter 2981. Suyu walked out of the Yimo soul calming bell and immediately put it away. He rolled his eyes at her. Why aren't you coming over to help? Right now, he did not dare to move recklessly. The curse had reached its peak, and any small movement could cause a huge disaster. Bai Shui nodded and walked forward. She stopped halfway and stared at Suyu angrily. Why should I help you? Haven't you done enough harm to me? Looking at the 4 stone golems that couldn't be any more dead, Bai Shui was enraged. She had used him to kill the 4 stone men. Oh my God, what a great sin! If this was exposed, the entire Heavenly Law Alliance would be implicated and destroyed. Why? Because we saw you kill the stone men. Do you want us to be exposed? Suyu blinked and said matter-of-factly, the holy thief and Su Kai, or turned away guiltily, indicating that they were not familiar with Suyu. They did not know such a shameless person. It was one thing to use him to kill the stone men, but to threaten him? He was so shameless that it made people gasp in admiration. You are shameless. Bai Shui was furious. She stomped her feet, but did not dare to move forward, because Suyu was holding a communication device in his hand. Yes, not 1, but 100. If they were sent out at the same time, she could not intercept all of them. If even one of them was sent out, she and the Heavenly Law Alliance would be finished. Forget it. You, ruthless. Bai Shui gritted her teeth. Suyu laughed. You flatter me. Miss Bai Shui, please do me a favor. Bai Shui resisted the urge to tear him apart. What do you need help with? Suyu pointed at the stone corpses on the ground. Take the blood of the stone men from their bodies and pour it on us. It was that simple. Bai Shui was suspicious. She came in front of the 4 stone men and flipped one of them over. Suyu and the others broke out in a cold sweat. The stone man was holding an explosive doctrine artifact that was about to explode. Judging from the grade of the doctrine artifact, its power was definitely at the level of the great saint of destruction. It was almost certain that if they personally went to take the blood of the stone men, there would be all sorts of accidents that would kill or seriously injure them. When white snow flipped over the bodies of the other 3 stone men, she found that all of them had extremely dangerous items on them. Emo Hung wiped the sweat off his forehead and swallowed hard. The curse is really so terrifying. No wonder even the 10,000 saints are no exception. No one understood why all the 10,000 saints experts had clearly left the Blood Mountain, yet they still died so suddenly. Now, they finally had an answer in their hearts. Even 10 myriad saints experts could die from such a terrifying curse. Bai Shui's expression was one of shock as she took their blood and poured it on the 4 of them. As expected, with the stoneman's blood on his body, Suyu immediately felt relieved. It was as if an invisible shackle had been removed from his body, and his whole body felt indescribably relaxed. The curse has been lifted. Holy Pirate took out a dagger and threw it into the sky. This time, the dagger did not stab any of them. Bai Shui glared at Suyu, gritting her teeth. Your problem has been solved. Now, shouldn't you solve mine? She took out the seal sculpture and threw it into Su Yu's hands. Su Yu was also at his wit's end. "Mr. Mo, can you refine this item?" he asked. Mo Hung merely glanced at it and said, "It's very simple, especially the seal sculptures of the aristocratic families. It's not difficult to refine them." Huh. If not for the fact that the person who said this was a famous genius craftsman, she might have beaten him up. That tone of contempt for the aristocratic families was infuriating. Mo Hung took the seal sculpture and weighed it in his hands. "Do you think that with so many aristocratic families in the world, the Holy Mountain has the patience to refine seal sculptures for all of you? Those are all things that were commissioned by the Mingjian sacred clan, and some of them were even refined under my guidance." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. The seal sculptures that were so sacred in their hearts were actually made by the person in front of them. But Mo Hung squeezed his palm, and the seal sculpture shattered on the spot. A black crystal was exposed from within. The core crystal is intact, and there's no difficulty in refining it," Mo Hung said. "We just lack a suitable place to refine artifacts." The Mingjian sacred clan had a holy place to refine artifacts that sealed the disastrous flames of the world, which allowed them to continuously refine seal sculptures. There was no suitable place to refine artifacts in the wilderness. Bai Shui cheered, "Come to the Heavenly Law Alliance. We have a top-notch crafting pool." Mo Hung snorted in disdain. "Do you think I'll be able to come back if I go to the Heavenly Law Alliance?" With his reputation, the old fellows in the Heavenly Law Alliance would use all means to keep him in the Heavenly Law Alliance. Bai Shui thought for a moment, then said, "This place is called the Cloud Desolate Territory. I remember that there's a Songtian mountain in the Cloud Desolate Territory. There's a natural fire pool there, a place to refine artifacts." Hearing this, Su Yu had a strange expression. Songtian Mountain? What a coincidence! And the master of the aristocratic family in charge of the fire pool, Lu Quan, was once a member of the Heavenly Law Alliance. If I were to appear, it would be easy to use the crafting pool. Mo Hung did not reply, instead looking at Su Yu for his opinion. If Su Yu said so, he would go. Songtian Mountain, right? Let's go first. Su Yu hid his strange expression, nonchalantly saying. Bai Shui glared at him. "You bastard! Something's wrong with your expression again." Somehow, Bai Shui's body shuddered involuntarily, as if she had a bad feeling. "What about you?" Su Yu ignored her and looked at the holy pirate. The latter looked at Su Yu deeply and said, "We also have to go back to report. I hope we will have the opportunity to cooperate in the future." Su Yu looked at Su Kai and said, "You can go, but she can stay." "What do you mean?" The holy pirate's eyes suddenly became fierce. Su Yu looked at her calmly. "Since she is the daughter of an old friend, of course I will take care of her." Sienna had already left, and Su Yu could not let Su Kai wander outside alone. Judging from this experience, if he had not interfered, she and the holy pirate might have met with misfortune. The holy pirate was annoyed, but thinking of Su Yu's horror, he did not dare to use force. He only said, "I can agree, but the force behind me will not agree." "Are you sure you want to be hostile to the force I belong to?" Su Yu shook his head. "Not to the extent of being hostile, but if you want to bring Su Kai back, please find someone who I can trust." The holy pirate was ashamed and annoyed. He said, "Fine, I am useless. When I go back, I will find someone who can convince you." After saying that, the holy pirate cast a warning look at Su Kai, then turned around and left. Su Yu pulled Su Kai, who was about to catch up, and said, "Don't you want to know how your mother and father are doing?" Su Kai hesitated for a moment and could not help but stop in her tracks. She said, "Okay, but the next time Master comes, don't stop me from leaving." Su Yu nodded and took them to the Songtian Mountain. Chapter 2982. at the foot of the Tsangtian mountain. It was a desolate forest deep in the mountains. Energy was scarce, and there were only a few ferocious beasts. However, there was a group of strangers stationed here. Compared to the large families and even the saint clans in the Tsangtian mountain, their cultivations were generally very low. The sinful lady sat cross-legged on a green boulder, commanding the members of the Cauldron to set up a new camp. She had followed Su Yu's request and stayed far away from the troublesome places in Heaven's sky. She had chosen this place to set up camp temporarily to avoid trouble. Suddenly, the sinful lady opened her eyes and looked up at the boundless sky. With her acute senses as a middle-stage heavenly lawmaster, she saw two ancient sage-level strong men fighting in the sky, and they were quickly moving towards the camp. The sinful lady could not help but stand up and look at the sky solemnly. What made her feel even worse was that the battle between the two sides was gradually moving from the sky to the ground. At the end of the world, she could vaguely see a giant, white-headed eagle chasing a fire phoenix. The fire phoenix's strength was obviously weaker than its opponent, and its right wing was severely injured, so it was falling all the way. On the other hand, the white-headed eagle was extremely ferocious, chasing after it fiercely. As the two of them flapped their wings, strong winds blew for tens of thousands of miles, and the trees on the ground were directly flattened. The flames that fell from the fire phoenix even turned the ground into a sea of fire. "Trouble has come," the sinful lady said coldly. She looked at the camp and the members of the Cauldron who were hurriedly hiding underground. She opened her arms and drew an arc in the air. With her strength as a middle-stage heavenly lawmaster, she drew a giant light ball that enveloped the camp. The formation of the camp had not been completely set up yet, so she could only rely on herself. Crash! The battle between the two demons quickly spread to the camp. Strong winds and raging flames bombarded the light shield, making crackling sounds. The light shield was also shaking as if it was about to shatter. "I'll help you." Lu Zhu and the other path masters appeared one after another, fighting with the sinful lady, trying their best to resist. Only then did the light shield become much more stable. The two great demons fought as they walked, not caring about the small camp under their feet at all, and directly flew past it. After experiencing the strong impact of the needle, the remaining power gradually dissipated, and the two birds also disappeared. Lu Zhu heaved a sigh of relief and said, as expected of a 9-star civilization, to encounter two ancient sage-level demons fighting in the wilderness. In an 8-star civilization, it was impossible for this to happen. In 8-star civilizations, even ancient sages could not be born. The sinful lady persisted for a moment. Only after she was certain that the two of them had gone far away did she retract all of her power. She took a deep breath and said worriedly, "It's better to let them be vigilant. Maybe—" The words were still in her mouth when she suddenly sensed something. She abruptly raised her head to look at the sky above them. A ball of crimson flames fell from the sky and smashed into the camp. The sinful woman's expression changed slightly, and she once again unleashed her power to protect the camp. Bang! However, the flames were extremely fierce and melted the light barrier on the spot. With a loud bang, the heavenly fire smashed onto the ground. However, the scene of the raging flames spreading did not appear. Instead, the heavenly flames gradually shrank and dimmed. In the end, a giant bird with fiery red feathers was revealed. This was the fire phoenix that was being chased. Even its left wing was injured, and it had lost the ability to fly. It struggled to get up and immediately began to run on the ground. However, before it could run out of the camp, a sharp cry came from above its head. It was the white-headed eagle that had caught up and swooped down. As it flew, it swept up a terrifyingly strong wind. Previously, the aftermath alone had put the camp in danger. Now that the white-headed eagle had targeted the Fire Phoenix and the Shadow King, the danger it would bring was unimaginable. The strong wind in the air turned into sharp blades that were more powerful than low-grade doctrine artifacts, and they cut down rapidly. The sinful woman's eyelids twitched. If it really hit, the camp would be destroyed, and the members of the Cauldron would all be killed even if they hid underground. Evil creature. The sinful woman pulled out the sinful sword and slashed at the white-headed eagle. The pitch-black sword radiance rose against the sky. However, compared to the attack of an ancient sage, it was too weak and was instantly destroyed by the strong wind. The white-headed eagle also noticed the person who had attacked it. Its eyes flashed with hostility, and it flapped its wings. Another strong wind came toward the sinful woman. Seeing this, Lu Zhu was frightened and said hurriedly, "Retreat!" The sinful woman moved a little, but stopped again. If she retreated, all the members of the Cauldron would die, wouldn't they? If Suyu came back, how could she explain it to him? Her eyes were filled with determination. She stretched out her hand and tore off the black robe on her body, revealing her exquisite and beautiful face. She weaved signs with her hands, and with her as the center, black lotuses appeared in the sky and on the ground. Those lotuses were her true form, and she wanted to use her true form to absorb all the attacks from the white-headed eagle. Lu Zhu's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and he anxiously shouted, "Stop! You will be annihilated." Those attacks had long since exceeded the limits of what the sinful woman could bear. If she forced it, her true form would be destroyed, and she would completely disappear from the world. The sinful woman's expression was indifferent, and she said, "For Suyu, everything is possible, and there is no need to do anything." Lu Zhu was shocked. The sinful woman was a strong person who intimidated the 8-star civilizations, but she would sacrifice herself for a man without hesitation. "I will leave the members of the Cauldron to you," the sinful woman said. She leaped up, and with the many black lotuses, she faced the strong wind. In her heart, she had already prepared herself to die. However, something strange happened. The white-headed eagle suddenly flapped its wings continuously, creating several strong winds that disturbed the airflow in the area. The strong wind that was about to descend upon the camp was also affected, and it deviated from its path, brushing past the top of the camp. The white-headed eagle was looking at the sinful woman with a fearful expression, as if it had discovered something extremely terrifying. The sinful woman's heart shook, and she said indifferently, "I am here, scram!" Chirp! The white-headed eagle immediately flapped its wings, fleeing madly, and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The sinful woman touched her face, and she sighed faintly. This face is really annoying. The white-headed eagle must have discovered that the sinful woman had the same appearance as Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower, and that was why it had mistaken her for Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower. She landed again with a complicated expression, and appeared in front of the Fire Phoenix. Looking at the Fire Phoenix, whose eyes were also filled with fear, the sinful woman said indifferently, "You leave too." Today, she had almost been implicated by the Fire Phoenix, and the entire Cauldron had been destroyed. The Fire Phoenix nodded hurriedly, and she hurriedly ran away without looking back. The sinful woman looked at the damaged camp and calmly said, "Let's change the camp. It is not advisable to stay here for long." The news of her appearance here would soon be spread by the 2 demon clans. If there were no accidents, many strong people would arrive in the next few hours. That would attract a lot of unnecessary trouble. Chapter 2983. 3 days later, in a remote and desolate land, the sinful woman surveyed the surroundings. She felt that this was a suitable place to set up camp. Just as she was about to give an order, she suddenly looked up at the sky. But this time, there was no worry in her eyes. Instead, there was excitement in her eyes. It was because Suyu had come. Crash! Suyu and the other 3 landed in front of the cauldrons. Looking at the cauldrons that had just arrived, Suyu was surprised. "You haven't set up camp yet." The sinful woman shook her head and briefly explained the situation to him. Hearing this, Suyu didn't mind. "All right, let me introduce them to you. They are all my friends. The sinful woman looked at them one by one. When she saw Su Kai, she was startled. Although she had never seen Su Kai before, she was surprised to see that Su Kai Er's face had 70% of Qin Xian'er's charm. You are Xia Jingyu? Su Kai Er's eyes widened as she sized up the sinful woman. She then said excitedly, I heard from my mother that there is an aunt called Xia Jingyu. She is my father's confidant. Su Kai had seen Xia Jingyu's portrait at Qin Xian'er's place, and she had been amazed by her beauty. Wow, she really deserves to be my father's confidant. She is really beautiful. Su Kai Er's face was filled with envy. The sinful woman looked at Su Yu in surprise. Why didn't Su Yu and I acknowledge each other? Kai it's not good for you to speak ill of your father behind his back, Su Yu said. Su Kai curled her lips. That's right. My father has many women around him. My mother told me that there are many people who like him, and they can fill up a small civilization. Every time he goes out, there are always 1 or 2 new women around him, or even a bunch of them. The sinful woman looked at Su Yu. She wanted to laugh, but she couldn't. The corners of Su Yu's mouth twitched, and he felt embarrassed. He had an urge to strangle his daughter, as she had dared to speak ill of him behind his father's back. However, no matter how many women there are, my father only has my mother in his heart. Su Kai threw a mischievous look at the evil girl. So, Aunt Xia Jingyu, you don't have a chance. The sinful girl felt warmth in her heart. She smiled faintly and stroked Xia Jingyu's head. I'm not Xia Jingyu, but I won't steal your father. Don't worry. Su Kai was very easygoing. She intimately held her hand and said, Well, isn't it good to be your confidant? The sinful girl only smiled and said nothing. She wasn't Xia Jingyu, but she knew that it wasn't Xia Jingyu's wish to be her confidant. Su Yu regretted bringing Su Kai back. He coughed dryly and said, Since all of you are here, you don't have to find a place to camp anymore. Follow me to the Sangtian Mountain to take over the territory of the aristocratic families. Several hours later, many living beings stood at the edge of a cliff and looked at the shocking scene in front of them. On the vast plain, a huge mountain rose from the ground and pierced the sky. The magnificence of the mountain covered a radius of more than 1 billion miles. Because of the existence of this mountain, the center of the entire desolate territory sank slightly. Therefore, a lot of spiritual energy and Taoist energy gathered around the Sangtian Mountain, creating countless excellent territories. Lu Zhu stared at the incomparably huge Sangtian Mountain and was extremely shocked. The prosperity of this mountain alone is comparable to our 8-star civilization, isn't it? Su Yu nodded. Almost. The surging Taoist energy of the Sangtian Mountain was enough to breed great saints, which was far better than the 8-star civilization. Su Yu couldn't quite understand it. The 8-star civilization was so poor, and it wasn't even comparable to a small realm in the 9-star civilization. Why did they have to pursue and attack the 8-star civilization so fiercely and destroy it every era? That is our territory, isn't it? The sinful girl pointed to a clearly empty area halfway up the mountain. The rest of the areas had flags fluttering, indicating that someone had already occupied them. But only that place was lifeless. Although the Taoist energy was exceptionally rich, there was no vitality. Su Yu's eyes narrowed. Others couldn't see it, but he could see that there were some resentful spirits wandering back and forth in that area. It is indeed an ominous place, Su Yu said lightly. The Stone Man in the Stone Man Palace didn't seem to have good intentions. You guys stay here, I'll go take a look, Su Yu said. Bai Xue pondered for a moment. I'll go too, in case you encounter any danger that you can't solve. No matter what, she was the Heavenly Law Alliance master. She still had a little bit of faith in the 9-star civilization, so she could solve any trouble she encountered. The two of them leapt to the foot of the Sangtian Mountain. Su Yu looked at the densely packed buildings on the mountain, and the various territories that had been divided. He didn't recklessly fly through the air. Bai Shui secretly praised Suyu. He was indeed cautious. She pointed to the crisscrossing ancient roads on the mountain. Every territory has a seal above it. If it's light, it'll restrict the air. If it's heavy, it'll hurt people. Therefore, we can't fly over those territories. If we want to fly, we can only go along these ancient roads. Suyu nodded. Let's go. With a tap of his toes, he followed the ancient roads, twisting and turning, and came to the front of his territory. It was a rather vast area with a steep slope. There were hundreds of cities inside, as well as the mansion of a former aristocratic family. However, the entire area was dead silent. Even the ordinary cities were devoid of people. It was as if all living things had evaporated overnight. Suyu narrowed his eyes and stared at the sky. Tens of thousands of resentful spirits were hovering above the area. Gu Taishu, could it be you? Suyu's eyes flashed with a cold light. He took a step forward and was about to enter. Suddenly, a row of guards rushed over and shouted from afar, "Stop! Who allowed you to come here?" Those guards weren't ordinary guards, either. They were all stone men. How could such an important place, like the Songtian Mountain, not be governed by stone men? Suyu took out the land deed given to him by the stone men of the Hall of Stone Men. When the patrolling guards saw it, their faces relaxed. So it was Lord Tuashin who ruled. The captain of the patrol team understood. He looked at Suyu meaningfully. Did Lord Tuashin tell you about the dangers of this place? Suyu said, No, I only heard that all the aristocratic families in this territory were slaughtered overnight. If that was all, Suyu was confident that he could take over this place. Unexpectedly, the captain of the patrol team chuckled. Human, it seems that Lord Tuashin has a grudge against you. What do you mean? Suyu thought for a moment. He took out a space storage device, which contained a lot of resources, and threw it to the captain. The captain took it and said with a faint smile, Since you are so sincere, let me give you a reminder. It wasn't just the aristocratic families that were wiped out overnight in this territory. A great saint-strong man brought several ancient saints from his clan to this place to accept the mission. In the end, except for that great saint, the rest of them never returned. Hearing that, Suyu's pupils shrank slightly. It was already so dangerous inside. Chapter 2984. Suyu couldn't help but wonder if the person inside was really Gu Taishu. It had only been a year, and his cultivation had already reached a level where he could compete with a great saint. All right, thank you for telling me. Suyu cupped his fists. The stone man chuckled. Anyway, I advise you to leave as soon as possible, especially at night. The stone man looked at the sky meaningfully. A mass of dark clouds obscured the moon, making the world even darker. A hint of fear appeared in the stone men's eyes. Let's go. They left first, not daring to stay a moment longer. Suyu watched them leave. Only then did he realize that the nearby territories were gradually releasing powerful defensive spells, as if guarding against something dangerous. Bai Shui hugged her arms and shivered. What kind of territory did you choose? It sounds like it's going to kill someone. Suyu narrowed his eyes and stared at the vast territory. Wrong. It should be that we're here for this ghost's orders. Clang. Suyu took a step forward and kicked open the cobweb-covered door. A gust of cold air rushed out. There was obviously a cold and gloomy air current lingering in the area around the territory. Hey, do you really want to go in? Bai Shui was quite resistant, even regretting accompanying Suyu. Suyu's mouth twitched. You're a great saint, why are you afraid? Bai Shui muttered, Of course I'm afraid. Who knows what's inside? While she was muttering, Suyu had already fearlessly stepped into the territory. Woo, woo, woo. As soon as he entered, he could hear the faint cries of ghosts lingering in his ears. The voice was sometimes near, sometimes far, sometimes near. One moment, it seemed to come from the horizon, and the next moment it seemed to come from behind. Ah, let's go. This is definitely a haunted house. The sound of a ghost wailing rang out in Bai Shue's ears without warning. She screamed in fright and hugged Su Yu's arm tightly. Su Yu was unfazed. He scanned the surroundings with his soul eyes. After a long time, he slowly nodded. This place is indeed a haunted house. He was a little surprised. Gu Taishu's 9 spirits body was not a cold technique, so it shouldn't have created such a sinister environment. This place was extremely similar to the land of ghost cultivators. Let's go and take a look at the former owner's mansion. If they wanted to find the culprit, they had to pass through that place. Bai Shue's intestines turned green with regret. How unlucky can I be to meet you? Ever since I met you, nothing good has happened. Su Yu sped towards the mansion. Bai Shue looked left and right, suddenly feeling a breath of cold air on the back of her neck. She got goosebumps and screamed as she rushed over to hug Su Yu's arm. As Su Yu passed by, the ordinary cities along the way fell into a deathly silence. The cities were all deserted. Weeds grew, houses collapsed, and mottled marks crawled all over the buildings. It was hard to believe that this place had only been abandoned for a few months. It looked as if no one had lived in it for hundreds of years. It was extremely gloomy. The two of them walked like this. In this boundless territory, only the two of them were alive. Let's go back. Don't go any further. It's even more sinister ahead. The two of them stopped by a river. Beyond the river was a pitch-black forest. The leafless forest was like a monster bearing its fangs and claws, waiting for the living to enter. Air currents flowed in the pitch-black forest, as if there was something moving within. Suddenly, Bai Shue's pupils dilated. There was a translucent, half-tangible woman in white, her hair disheveled, flashing past the forest. Then, the bone-chilling sound of a woman crying could be heard from within the forest. "Accompany me." "Who?" "Accompany me." Bai Shue's blood flowed faster, her fingers grabbing onto Su Yu's arm, digging into his flesh. Her eyes widened as she stammered. "There's a ghost." Her teeth were chattering. Su Yu felt his scalp go numb. He had thought that the woman had been an illusion. His soul eyes could not detect any soul ripples. Even Bai Shue could see it. Su Yu's muscles were a little stiff. This place was indeed a little sinister. Humph! Demons and monsters. Su Yu forced himself to remain calm. Since he had entered, how could he leave empty-handed? He took out the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations and slashed at the pitch-black forest. Whoosh! The great scythe of 10,000 tribulations released a terrifying aura that swept across in an arc, slicing a large patch of the forest in half. It was a shocking sight to behold. The commotion caused by the scythe drowned out the woman's cries. Bai Shue felt a little more at ease, lifting her gaze to look at the forest. She had thought that her gaze would be able to see through the forest after it had been flattened. But there was still a tree standing within the forest. No, that was not a tree. It was a pitch-black giant. Ah! Bai Shue screamed again, closing her eyes in fear. Su Yu growled, "Don't scream, shut up!" He stared at the giant, flicking his finger. A beam of light shot out, illuminating the giant. Bai Shue opened her eyes a little, using the light to look. She let out a sigh of relief, patting her chest. So it's a statue. It was a giant black Buddha statue, hidden by a group of tall trees. That scared me. Bai Shue relaxed, but Su Yu took a step back, his expression serious. Something's not right. How powerful was a strike from the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations? Even a great saint would be killed if he did not defend himself. But how could the statue block the attack of the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations? There was something wrong with the statue. As expected, with a creaking sound, the statue's eyes opened. A pair of scarlet eyes glowed coldly in the night sky. The Buddha's mouth slowly opened, revealing a mouth full of sharp fangs. Putrid saliva dripped from the fangs. Accompany me! Accompany me! All of you, accompany me! The black statue's voice grew shriller and shriller. Then he took big strides and chased after them. Come and accompany me! Bai Shue's body went limp with fear. She could not use her great saint abilities. Su Yu had goosebumps all over, but he could only endure it. Die. This time, Su Yu used his full strength, swinging the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations. This sweep was twice as powerful as the previous one. The huge arc passed through the statue's waist, and with a crisp crack, the statue broke into 2 pieces. The upper half of its body flew tens of thousands of feet, arriving in front of Su Yu and the others. Chapter 2985. Bai Shue's legs trembled in fear. In this moment of danger, he instinctively took out all his Tao artifacts, domains, and divine techniques, including the 10,000 hammer formation. Rumble! The hundreds of hammers smashed the statue into smithereens, leaving only the statue's screams echoing in the silence. Only then did Bai Shue manage to stand up, her face still pale. It's over. Su Yu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. What's going on with this place? He nodded. It should be over. But just as he finished speaking, the ghostly wails came again. It was extremely mournful, making one's hair stand on end. My child, you died so tragically. Su Yu's muscles tensed up again. Bai Shue's fingers couldn't even reach him. The 2 of them scanned their surroundings, trying to find the source of the sound. Suddenly, Bai Shue looked toward the forest in fear, tugging at Su Yu's clothes. That there, look! Su Yu followed her gaze, his pupils dilating. The tree that had been cut in half was now growing rapidly, and each branch was twisting like a long snake. At the same time, the entire forest began to shake. Cracks crisscrossed densely in the vicinity. Give me back my child! Give me back my child! This time, they finally heard where the woman's voice came from. It came from underground. Rumble! The forest suddenly rose into the air. No, more accurately, something huge was crawling out of the ground beneath the forest. Su Yu and Bai Shue's eyes reflected the chilling scene at the same time. A head slowly rose from the ground. The head was enormous, covering the entire ground beneath the forest. It was impossible to see the end of the head. Its eyes were tightly shut. The face that was supposed to be a classic beauty was as pale as paper, and its mouth was so red it looked as if it had been dyed with blood. The endless forest. No, it was not the forest, but the head's long hair. It gently fell down, covering half its face. At the neck of the head, there were 2 disproportionately small feet supporting the huge body. What is that? Bai Shue's teeth chattered, her body sticking to Su Yu's. She wished she could burrow into Su Yu's body to hide. Su Yu was also shocked as he looked at the monster that he had never seen before. In his life, he had seen all kinds of strange things, but he had never seen such a strange creature with a head. I don't know, Su Yu said seriously. However, no matter what it was, he would kill it first. He didn't think that this thing had any goodwill towards him. The scythe of myriad tribulations appeared again and launched a vicious attack at the headless woman. The terrifying arc swept towards the head with an unstoppable force. At this moment, the tightly shut eyes of the head suddenly opened without any warning, revealing a pair of pale, pupilless eyes. It was a frightening sight to behold. Being stared at by those eyes, Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. It was obvious that he was frightened. Bai Shue let out a shrill scream, hiding behind Su Yu, not daring to look. Su Yu clenched his teeth and suppressed the fear in his heart as he waved the great sickle of 10,000 calamity once again. However, the arc of the great sickle of 10,000 calamity shattered into a current of air the moment the eyes of the head opened. Then, under the gaze of the woman, it reformed into a hideous ghost head and charged towards the second arc of the great sickle of 10,000 calamity. Bang! The collision between the 2 dissipated immediately, not causing any harm to the head of the woman. No, to be precise, Su Yu was at a slight disadvantage. The great sickle of 10,000 calamity was a powerful treasure, yet the other party could dissolve it with a single look. Su Yu was starting to wonder how the great saints who had entered before had managed to escape successfully. "Give me back my child! Give me back my child!" The head roared with a grin. Its seemingly short legs were moving rapidly, dragging the huge head along as it charged forward. It was as if a giant mountain was chasing after them. Su Yu's heart thumped wildly, and he fled immediately. His heart was filled with shock. What the hell was this thing? However, the speed of the head was much faster than he had imagined. He had not escaped far before the other party caught up. Su Yu looked back and saw a giant head that blotted out the sky above him, looking down at him. Its pale eyes stared straight at Su Yu, and a shrill cry came from its rosy mouth. "Give me back my child!" It opened its mouth, and its entire head swooped down, intending to swallow Su Yu and Bai Shui together. How could Su Yu still dare to hesitate? Seeing the stench approaching, Su Yu decisively took out the absolute heaven sword and unsheathed it. "Destroy!" Boom! As if the heavens and earth were being split apart, a cold light that illuminated the world flashed across the earth, piercing through the heavens. The left eye of the head of the woman was blinded by the absolute heaven sword. But that was all. The head of the woman screamed in pain, her feet constantly stomping on the ground, shaking the heavens and the earth. Su Yu's heart sank. The blow of the absolute heaven sword, which had consumed 90% of its power, had not been able to kill the woman. But the more dangerous it was, the more Su Yu's fighting spirit was stimulated. He remembered that his 8 great domains had changed, and with a thought, the 8 great domains appeared around him. With a grasp of his palm, the 8 great domains condensed into a spear, and he threw it at the other eye of the woman. Clang! However, the surface of the woman's other pale eye seemed to be covered by a layer of armor. The spear struck it, creating violent sparks and the sound of metal rubbing against metal. Su Yu clenched his teeth and leaped forward. At the same time, he used the power of the holy body and the power of the emperor, stepping on the end of the spear. The 2 shocking powers allowed the spear to pierce through the defense of the eye, piercing through the eyeball. The head of the monster let out another shrill cry, and the black hair on its head turned into thousands of tentacles, whipping toward Su Yu. Su Yu immediately retreating to a safe place. The tentacles pulled out the spear, bringing with it a putrid stench of black blood. Even so, this eye was still injured, and it could only see Su Yu's figure vaguely, while the other eye was completely blind. "I will eat you, I will eat you." The head rushed toward Su Yu quickly, full of resentment. Su Yu looked at it and slightly clenched his teeth. He did not believe that his territory would be occupied by a ghost head who did not know anything. Go to hell. Su Yu leaped, instantly displaying hundreds of ancestral techniques. Every one of them was an extremely sharp attack ancestral technique. The ancestral techniques he had learned from the ultimate divine monument were all condensed at this moment, attacking the ghost head together. Puff! Chapter 2986. Su Yu's heart sank. The absolute heaven sword had already used up most of his energy. If this continued, not only would it not help, but it would also put himself in danger. However, this ghost head was too strange and frightening. It clearly had no cultivation, but its body was invulnerable. Apart from its eyes, which were slightly weaker, there was almost no way to attack it. Suddenly, Su Yu's eyes caught a glimpse of the ghost head's strange behavior. After being attacked, the ghost head squatted on the ground and retracted its legs into its head. When the hundreds of remnant scars had all stopped, the ghost head's legs stretched out again. Su Yu noticed that something was amiss. He rolled his eyes and calmly used another ancestral technique. Sure enough, before it could be used, its legs retracted slightly. After confirming that Su Yu's attack was quite weak, it stretched out again. Legs. Su Yu immediately grabbed the great sickle of 10,000 calamity and slashed at the ghost head's remaining eyes. The ghost head screeched, its long black hair dancing like a long snake, blocking the attack of the great sickle of 10,000 calamity. Unexpectedly, the great sickle of 10,000 calamity contained a powerful space Yuan realm. Just as the attack was about to reach the ghost head's hair, it disappeared into thin air and reappeared in front of its legs. Its legs could not retract in time, and were pierced by the great sickle of 10,000 calamity. Crack! With a crisp sound, the legs, which were weaker than any other part of its body, were cut off in an instant. The ghost head lost its support and immediately rolled on the ground, howling in pain. Its round head kept rolling on the ground, and green liquid kept spurting out from its neck where its legs were. The ghost head's howls grew weaker and weaker as the green liquid spurted out. In the end, the ghost head lay motionless on the ground, its remaining eyes filled with a deathly stillness. The ghost head, which was strong enough to withstand a blow from the absolute heaven sword, was dead just like that. Su Yu held the great sickle of 10,000 calamity and looked at the dead ghost head in disbelief. It died so easily. He had expected its legs to be its weakness, but he had not expected it to be its fatal weakness. However, the crisis had finally been resolved. He had used up everything he had to deal with this ghost head. He was so weak that he did not even have the strength to hold the great sickle of 10,000 calamity. He fell to the ground, panting. "Don't you find it hard to believe?" Bai Shui suddenly asked from behind. Su Yu replied without turning his head, "That's right." However, as soon as he spoke, he felt that something wasn't right. That wasn't White Snow's voice, it was just similar. At the same time, a pair of ice-cold and clammy arms wrapped around Su Yu tightly from behind. Looking at the white snow on Su Yu's back, how was that white snow? An old woman who was as short as a baby, had a head full of white hair and a face full of wrinkles, was lying on Su Yu's back. She opened her mouth, which was disproportionate to her face, and bit down on Su Yu's neck. At this moment, Su Yu's whole body was devoid of energy, and he didn't even have the strength to stand up. So, how could he contend against the old woman who had suddenly appeared? No, it was the evil spirit that had suddenly transformed from Snow White into a white-haired old woman. Just as Su Yu was on his own, a cold smile suddenly appeared on Su Yu's lips. It was clear that he couldn't move anymore, but he held the scythe of 10,000 tribulations and casually stabbed it behind him. Ah! An ear-piercing shriek came from behind him. The old woman had been pierced by the sharp blade of the scythe of 10,000 tribulations. Su Yu stood up as if nothing had happened, raising the scythe of 10,000 tribulations. He looked at the white-haired old woman who was struggling on the scythe. "I've waited a long time for you," he said. The white-haired old woman shrieked. "You knew I wasn't your companion?" It turned out that the one who had been by Su Yu's side from the beginning was not Snow White, but this white-haired old woman. Su Yu raised her high, coldly saying, "Snow White is not a little girl. In a sense, she is an old woman older than you." But along the way, Snow White was like a little girl who had just seen the world, either screaming or hugging Su Yu's arm without letting go. That was definitely not Snow White's style. So, from the beginning, Su Yu had noticed Snow White's abnormality. And when he and the ghost head had reached the climax of the battle, Snow White had not made a single sound. Even though Su Yu had been fully focused on the battle with the ghost head, his attention had always been on Snow White. So, after the battle had ended, Su Yu had deliberately pretended to be exhausted to lure the fake Snow White into revealing her identity. As expected, the other party had immediately fallen for it. "Despicable, but don't even think of occupying this territory," the white-haired old woman scolded. Su Yu laughed coldly, shaking his head. "Do you still want to continue lying?" He raised the great sickle of 10,000 calamity and smashed it into the ground. Thump! the white-haired old woman was smashed into a blur, and a large amount of white smoke emanated from her body. Su Yu calmly said, "I have to admit that your illusionary techniques have reached an extreme level. Unfortunately, you have met me." So, everything they had encountered along the way had been illusionary techniques? As he spoke, Su Yu stomped his foot, and the white-haired old woman completely turned into a cloud of white smoke. The giant ghost head also quickly turned into a huge cloud of smoke, enveloping the surroundings. When the smoke dissipated, the scene in front of Su Yu's eyes was unbelievable. He saw Su Yu and Snow White standing side by side at the entrance of the territory. The two of them maintained their posture as they entered, and their feet landed on the ground. Su Yu's spirit was slightly shaken. In the instant that his foot landed, they had experienced such a long illusionary technique. Looking at Snow White, her footsteps shook violently, waking her from the illusionary technique. Her eyes were still filled with confusion. "Where's the ghost head?" Snow White was fighting the ghost head in the illusionary technique. But suddenly the white smoke filled the air. When the white smoke dissipated, this was the scene in front of them. Su Yu did not reply, but instead fixed his gaze on the center of the territory. There, a ball of intense soul energy was spreading in all directions. "Found you," Su Yu said as he leaped into the air and entered the territory. The real territory was not as sinister as the illusionary technique. Instead, it was full of Taoist energy, filled with a dense and peaceful aura. Snow White followed closely behind, following Su Yu to the center of the territory, where the ancient saint's manor used to be. Snow White was dumbfounded. The manor was filled with Buddhist light and Sanskrit sounds. Smoke and fire rose into the air, and the melodious chimes of an ancient bell could be heard. "What exactly did we encounter?" Snow White's face was filled with disbelief. In one moment, it was the sinister and creepy ghost prison, and in the next moment, it was the holy land of bliss. How could two completely opposite things exist in the same place? Only Su Yu stared the Buddhist light that filled the sky, and combined it with the sinister ghost prison that had just appeared. The image of a person he had long forgotten surfaced in his mind. Chapter 2987. He had only encountered a combination of the ghost path and the Buddhist path once in his life. That was Shangge, who had left with Xia Jingyu, a woman who had combined the ghost path and the Buddhist path. As soon as Su Yu stepped into the mansion, he saw an illusory Buddha statue, which was illuminated by the Buddha's light, sitting cross-legged in the mansion. Around the Buddha statue were many devotees who were sitting cross-legged. No, they were not devotees. They were people who had lost their sense of self and surrounded the Buddha statue. The energy in their bodies was constantly being channeled into the Buddha statue. The Buddha statue released a brilliant light that illuminated the surroundings. On the giant palm of the Buddha statue was a little girl in a purple dress. She looked to be only 12 or 13 years old. Her eyes were closed, as if she had fallen into a coma. When he saw the girl's face clearly, Su Yu's mind buzzed. It was really Shangge. He took a step forward. But suddenly, the devotees sitting around the Buddha statue stood up. Among them, a few had reached the level of ancient saints. They took the initiative to attack Su Yu, as if they were protecting the little girl. Looking at their eyes, he saw that they were all in a daze. They were obviously being controlled. "Go away." Su Yu flicked his finger. The evolved 8 great domains swept out in all directions, sending the crowd flying. Su Yu took a step forward and appeared beside Shangge. Looking closely, he saw that there was a crack in the middle of Shangji's brows that looked like the Milky Way. Traces of fluorescence were spreading outwards. It was a sign that her soul had been severely injured and was collapsing. Could it be the effect of my breaking the illusion? So you guessed. Illusion techniques were secret techniques that required soul energy to control. Once the illusion was broken, it would often affect the soul. Moreover, the more powerful the illusion technique, the more soul energy it required. The illusion technique that Shang-gu had used before was enough to threaten a great saint. One could imagine the amount of soul energy she had used. Now that it had been broken by Suyu, her soul had naturally been severely injured. Her soul continued to collapse. If this continued, it would not be long before she was completely destroyed. Suyu immediately took out an elixir that could restore the soul and stuffed it into her mouth. At the same time, he used the Yuan level soul domain to delay the collapse of her soul. 2 hours later, Shang-Ji's soul stabilized under the effects of the two elements. Her consciousness gradually recovered, and she slowly opened her eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, he immediately struggled to sit up. However, just as he moved violently, his head began to hurt again, and he collapsed once more. At this moment, a hand reached over and stroked his head. "How long has it been since we last met? 100 years?" Shang-gu came to her senses abruptly, and her eyes turned to look at Suyu. His silver hair and familiar face were reflected in her widened eyes. "Moss, Master?" Shang-gu sat up and exclaimed in shock. At this moment, she was as shocked as she could be. Her small mouth opened so wide that it could fit an egg in it. Her round eyes stared at Suyu as if she had seen a ghost. Suyu looked at the sky and said leisurely, "I haven't seen you for more than 100 years, but you're still the same. You haven't changed at all." After a pause, he added, "I mean your appearance." Shang-Ji's shocked heart took a long time to calm down. Her eyes were finally filled with ecstasy, and she leaped into Su-Yu's embrace. Su-Yu felt warm in his heart. Time passes, but there are always some things that are not buried by the dust of time, silently flickering with a lonely luster in the silent fleeting years. Until their fates met once again, Su-Yu extended his hand and stroked her head. His heart was filled with warmth. He had never dreamed that he would meet Shang-gu one day. It seemed like the world was not vast, time was not far away, and fate was not turbulent. After crying in Su-Yu's embrace for a long time, Shang-gu raised her eyes and looked at Su-Yu. She said, "I feel like you have changed a lot." "Is that so?" Su-Yu touched his face, but he did not notice any changes in himself. Shang-gu extended her hand and pointed at his chest. "It's here. It's inside. You are more gentle than before, and you seem more like a mortal." Shang-gu thought for a long time before giving an evaluation of a mortal. In Shang-Ji's memory, Suyu was always filled with bitterness and hatred. Although he did not show it, his heart was filled with unbearable pressure. Now that they had not met for 100 years, she felt that he was different. Suyu smiled. How could he not change? Time had changed, and he was already a father. He had lost his wife and many friends. So how could he still be as frivolous as before? "Why are you here?" Suyu asked curiously. "Aren't you with Xia Jingyu?" Shang-Ji's tears, which had just been held back, fell down again. "It's a long story. I did not have a good time in the 9-star civilization. Although my cultivation improved a lot, it was not as carefree and happy as it was in the small 9-jade spiritual pearl." Suyu listened quietly to her talk about her many years of experience, and he could not help but feel emotional. It turned out that Shang-gu had accompanied Xia Jingyu and reached the end of the 8-star civilization. The Tao Abyss, a great power from the goddess family, broke through the gap between the two worlds and brought them back to the goddess clan. Xia Jingyu was naturally regarded as the young master of the goddess clan, but Shang-gu, who was a servant, did not receive such good treatment. Because she cultivated the ghost and Buddha as one, she was regarded as an ominous being by the goddess clan and was banished from the goddess clan. Then she was stranded in the 9-star civilization. With her weak cultivation, how could she not be bullied everywhere? Fortunately, she was lucky enough to come to the Ghost Cave, one of the 24 caves under the command of the Mirror Flower Heavenly Prince. In this place, her ghost and Buddha as one physique was particularly valued by an elder in the Ghost Cave, who regarded her as his successor. That elder once had a daughter who also possessed the ghost and Buddha as one. But in the end, she could not survive the 2 heavenly tribulations and died in the tribulation. When he found out that Shanggu also had a unique physique that was hard to come by in 10,000 years, he specially took her in as a disciple and trained her like a daughter. Shanggu was able to stay in the ghost cave and enjoyed a peaceful life for 50 years. But 2 years ago, an accident happened. An indescribable giant dragon had attacked the ghost cave without warning, and his master had met with misfortune. Although the ghost cave recovered, Shanggu, who had lost her master and had no background, could not stand firm in the ghost cave. In particular, Shanggu was very likely to become the successor of a powerful ghost cultivator force in the ghost cave. Naturally, she was ostracized. Shanggu asked for help from her master's old friend, but she was coldly rejected or ill-intentioned. In the end, Shanggu was regarded as a thorn in the side of a vicious successor who sent people to secretly hunt her down. In desperation, Shanggu escaped from the ghost cave. She escaped for 2 years. I've already stayed here for half a year. I believe that enemy already knows that I'm coming. I can't stay here any longer. Shanggu said, I wanted to leave in 10 days, but who knew that you would come here? Also, I couldn't sense that it was you at all. Chapter 2988. So you could not help but sigh. From her words, it was not difficult to understand that Xia Jingyu was merely a symbol of status within the goddess clan. She had no freedom. She could not even protect her personal servant and was chased away. Shengji's life had been full of misfortune. She had finally found a teacher who treated her sincerely, but was suddenly killed by the 9th realm. In the end, she had been forced to flee for her life. In the end, even when she had finally reunited with Suyu, her soul had been injured by him due to a misunderstanding. She was truly pitiful, but luckily they had still met. Follow me from now on, Suyu said, if you are still willing. Back then, the 2 of them had become master and servant because of some grudge. In the 100 years that followed, the so-called grudge had long been resolved. Shanggu had long since removed the mark in her body, and she had such a powerful environment that she could almost rival great saints. She might not be willing to follow Suyu anymore. Master, are you still willing to take me in? Shanggu was excited. Having stayed in the 9-star civilization for 100 years, Shanggu deeply understood the cruelty of this place. In comparison, the Jiuzhou continent had been a warm home. How could she not be excited to meet an old friend who was willing to take her in? But Shanggu immediately shook her head. No, I cannot implicate you, master. She had just realized that she was being hunted, and it was not an ordinary force that was pursuing her. It was the Colossus that ruled the entire ghost cave. Although that force was also at the great saint level, it was the pinnacle of the ghost cave, ranked in the top 20 of the saint clan. It was extremely terrifying. Suyu patted her head and smiled. Just because you are willing to call me master, if I don't help you, who will? Furthermore, you might not implicate me. Shanggu was about to continue dissuading him when a faint voice traveled over. I thought you had found a treasure, but it turns out you were flirting with a little girl. Bai Shui crossed her arms in front of her chest, both angry and amused at the same time. She had accompanied Suyu on this dangerous adventure, but Suyu was here hugging another girl. This was too much. How can you speak to master like that? Shanggu was immediately displeased. She glared at him, a ball of evil mist appearing above her head. Be careful, or I will send you back into the illusion. Only then did Bai Shui realize that the dangerous illusion was created by the little girl in front of her. He could not help but feel shocked, but he remained calm on the surface. What's so scary about an illusion? Didn't I still make it through? Humph. Shanggu smiled faintly. Isn't it scary? Then why are you calling for your mother in the illusion? Ah, Suyu looked at Bai Shui in shock. Bai Shui's face turned red as she argued. Who shouted? Shanggu giggled and said, Really? At that time, Who is the one who was so scared that he shouted for his mother to save me when an evil spirit was licking his face? You are spouting nonsense. Bai Shue's face turned even redder. You must not believe her, you must not. Xinge added. Oh, by the way, she seemed to be cursing a bastard called Ruyu. Who is that Ruyu? Suyu paused for a moment, then asked, What did she curse about Ruyu? She cursed that he saw her naked body, but he didn't take responsibility for her. Xinge covered her mouth as she giggled. Who is that Ruyu? Why does it sound like a woman's name? Suyu coughed, hurriedly saying, Children shouldn't ask so many questions. Bai Shue's face was as red as a veil, and she wanted to find a hole to hide in. So this lass had seen everything she had done in the illusion. Stupid lass. Bai Shue clenched her teeth. Xinge looked Bai Shue up and down, unwilling to admit defeat. Hee, aren't you a lass as well? Both of them were quite old, but their figures were like girls. Do you think I won't strangle you to death? Bai Shue clenched her fists. She had truly embarrassed herself today. Xinge waved her fists. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Seeing the two lasses about to fight, Suyu hurriedly said, Both of you stop. Since it was all a misunderstanding, let's forget about it. Only then did the two of them stop, but they both grunted and turned their backs, not looking at each other. Suyu was speechless. He looked at the scattered experts from all sides and said, Did they all fall into an illusion and fall under your control? Xinge pouted and said, That's right. They insisted on barging in, and I had no choice but to capture them. Suyu's expression changed slightly. What about the original owner of this house? Xinge spread out her hands. How would I know? When I came, this place was empty. What? The disappearance of the original owner of this place had nothing to do with Xinge? Then, the rumor that someone had seen 9 ferocious, demonic beasts appear in the sky was not Xinge's doing. His gaze sharpened, and he used his soul eyes to look in all directions, probing millions of feet underground. But there was no sign of anyone else. Who are you looking for? Xinge asked. Suyu said seriously, Gu Taishiu. What, he's not dead? And he came to a 9-star civilization? As Suyu's first follower, how could she not know who Gu Taishu was? Suyu nodded seriously. I'm sure that Gu Taishu has been here, and he has either captured or killed all the people in this house. But if Gu Taishu wanted to train, why did he only target this big family and let the rest go? This doesn't seem like Gu Taishu's style. Based on his understanding of Gu Taishu over the years, once he started to devour living creatures to train, he would definitely wipe out all the living creatures in that area, leaving no one alive. It was rare for only one family to be wiped out and the rest to be spared. Is there anything special about the owner of this place? Suyu looked at the house again. It had been empty for a long time, and it looked desolate. His eyes were fixed on a side hall, and the words Ancestral Hall were left on the board. He entered in a flash, and what entered his eyes were densely packed memorial tablets, which were carved with the memorial tablets of the ancestors of each family in the house. The Huang clan. Suyu glanced at it briefly and didn't find anything unusual. Its original ancestor was Huang Daofa, and there was nothing special about it. Xinge hurried over, and looking at the memorial tablets, she said, The Huang clan? There's nothing special about it. Dao Lingran? Suyu looked in the direction of her gaze, and saw that among the many memorial tablets, there was a special one. The rest of the memorial tablets were all of the surname Huang, and they were all men. Only Dao Lingran was the only one with a different surname, and she was a woman. Then he looked at the memorial tablet, which read, The 180th Family Master, Huang, Tianmu's wife. Suyu was puzzled, and he asked, Is this person special? Looking at the arrangement of the memorial tablets in the ancestral hall, only male family members were allowed to enter the hall, and this woman was an exception. Xinge's face was full of surprise. I don't know if she's special, but have you ever seen the surname Dao before? Suyu was stunned. There were thousands of surnames in the world, and he had seen countless of them. Chapter 2989. Tao was the Tao of the great path of heaven and earth. Who could take this as their surname? Didn't that mean that the person with this surname stood above all the paths of heaven and earth? Anyone who dared to take Tao as their surname would suffer the wrath of all the paths and be destroyed. Those who could take this surname for so long must be extraordinary. This Tao Lingran must have an extraordinary background. You know about it? Suyu asked. Shinga nodded lightly. Yes, I heard my master mention it when I was in the ghost cave. He obtained an ancient, incomplete book called the Desolate Ocean Scripture. It recorded that there used to be an ancient surname of Tao in this world. Its origin is untraceable. It has existed since the day the great beginning realm existed, and it existed at the same time as the Tao Tai ancestor. The Desolate Ocean Scripture said that this was the first surname in the world. Suyu's heart was in turmoil as he listened. There were many secrets about the ancient times, but Suyu still didn't understand how this had anything to do with Gu Taishu taking away all the people of this family. Shenga looked at Suyu and said, Master, have you ever heard of an almighty being who passed away in this world? His name was the Taichu Path Master? Suyu's heart skipped a beat. You know about it too? Shanga nodded and said, I heard my master say that the surname of the Taichu Taoist master is Tao. What? The common surname of the Taichu Taoist master was the earliest surname in this world? Suddenly, Suyu looked at Tao Lingran and was horrified. She is the descendant of the Taichu Taoist master? Shingu shook her head. To be precise, she is his family, because the Taichu Taoist master came from the Tao family. Suyu squinted. So the purpose of Gu Taishu taking Tao Lingran was to extract the bloodline of the Tao family? As the oldest bloodline in the world, the Tao family could give birth to a mighty being like the Taichu Taoist master. One could only imagine how special its bloodline was. Gu Taishu must have known something. So he came to take away Tao Lingran's descendant, intending to extract the bloodline power of the Tao family from her. Suyu came before the memorial tablet and searched it with his soul eyes. Suddenly, he found a secret compartment. When he opened it, he found a genealogy book which introduced the ancestor's life in detail. After searching, he found the record of Tao Lingran. It was said that Tao Lingran was a woman with an ordinary cultivation base. There was nothing special about her throughout her life. Only after she died did she turn into a beam of light and return to the heavens, not leaving behind any remains. Gu Taishu was afraid that his hope would be dashed. Gu Taishu was afraid that his hopes would be dashed. If they were just ordinary clansmen, what kind of powerful bloodline power could their descendants have? However, Suyu was slightly curious as to whether the Tao family still existed. If she existed, where was she now? Shiyu family Gu. Tao, she was Yu Tao Lingran Su Gu. Fine. Since Gu Taishu has already left, then he can only count himself lucky. Suyu didn't have the time to chase after Gu Taishu, so he could only give up. Dao Dao Yu and with Lingru, Dao and Dao Dao and Dao of Dao Dao. Yu. Sheng Sheng's Dao Dao. Dao 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 Dao. By Dao 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 by Dao. Dao. By Yin Dao by Dao Xia Yu Dao. Long and Lin Dao Lin Yu Yu. Ayang Yu Shui Dao Yu Bai Shua gave the memorial tablet a meaningful look, nodded and left. Before long, Su Kai, the sinful lady, and the other members of the Cauldron arrived. Sinful lady, settle down all the members of the Cauldron, Suyu ordered. After many twists and turns, the Cauldron finally found a place to rest and recuperate. All of you, guard the territory. Don't let any outsiders in. Shingu commanded the ancient sage captives. Yes. The news of the territory being occupied spread like wildfire. Within a few days, it had spread all over the Tsangtian mountain. On the mountain, the 3 sacred clans were shocked. One of the sacred clans was surrounded by greenery. It was full of life. However, this sacred clan was extremely solemn. What do you think about the Huang family's territory being occupied? In the central area of the sacred clan, there were 10 hills surrounding it. 3 of the hills were empty, leaving only the other 7. An ancient sage was sitting cross-legged on each hill. The one who spoke was an ancient well surrounded by the 10 hills. A hoarse voice came from the well. Hearing this, the ancient sage on one of the hills said, "Since that place has been occupied, it means that the danger has passed. We should immediately send people to search for the 3 missing people." It turned out that this sacred clan was the Soulwood sacred clan who had broken into the Huang family and was frightened by Shang Ji's illusion. The ancient sages who had entered with them were all captured by Xingge. The great sage was so frightened that he fled in panic. He was severely injured in the dream. Until now, he was still recuperating in the ancient well of his family. Now that the Huang family's territory had been occupied by an external force, the Soulwood sacred clan became excited. That's right. It must have been the ancestor who scared the evil thing inside, an ancient sage said. That gave the external force the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. The Huang family's territory should be taken back. Many ancient sages requested to go to the Huang family's territory. The well was silent for a long time. Only he who had been there and experienced the evil spirit's illusion knew how terrifying that place was. Thinking back to the terrifying scenes in the illusion, he was still wary of that place. However, as the ancient sages had said, if even a second-rate force could occupy that place, it meant that the danger there had already passed. Very well. Let's take action before the other 2 sacred clans notice. Voila! A ray of green light shot out from the well. A yellow-skinned old man wearing a green robe and a green hat appeared. He had already made up his mind to take back the Huang family's territory. However, for safety's sake, we still need to be prepared, he said cautiously. Immediately send out the clan's Dao treasure. Last time, it was because he didn't bring a Dao treasure with him that he ended up in such a sorry state. While the Soulwood sacred clan was preparing, a young man hurriedly returned and went straight to the core area. Greenwood greets the ancestor. The person who came was none other than Greenwood. He had been rushing nonstop from the Blood Mountain and had finally returned. Greenwood ancestor was surprised. Why are you back? Looking at the time, the fossils in the Blood Mountain shouldn't have come out yet, right? He was the one who had sent a message to Greenwood, asking him to go and investigate. In the end, before there were any results, Greenwood had already returned. Ancestor, something big happened. Greenwood hurriedly said. Chapter 2990. Qing Mu. How does the forefather usually teach you, juniors? The forefather reprimanded, "Stay calm and deal with things calmly. Only then will you be able to deal with it. Why are you panicking right now? What a scandal!" After being reprimanded, Qing Mu could only obediently say, "The forefather is right." Even though his heart was burning with anxiety, he could only force himself to remain calm. Seeing this, the forefather asked calmly, "What is it? Speak." Qing Mu didn't dare to be long-winded. He tried his best to remain calm and said, "2 great sages of the sword sacred race have died." The forefather was originally calm, but his pupils constricted when he heard this. The ancient sages on the 7 hills were also shocked and stood up. It was obvious that they were shocked by this shocking news. The forefather couldn't suppress his shock and yelled, "How did they die? Speak clearly." Qing Mu looked up at the anxious forefather and muttered, "Didn't you say to stay calm?" The forefather glared at him. "What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and say it. What's wrong with being so slow?" Qing Mu secretly rolled his eyes and completely lost his temper. When he was anxious, the forefather said that it was not right. Now, as he wished, he was calm but was said to be slow. It really wasn't easy to be a junior. "Ahem, forefather, this is what happened." Qing Mu told the forefather everything that happened on Blood Mountain. Upon hearing those words, Old Ancestor Green Hat and the 7 ancient sages gasped in shock, especially the forefather. The 7 ancient sages probably didn't think that the 4th and 5th brothers of the sword sacred race were very strong. But as a great sage, how could the forefather not know what they were? It wasn't without reason that the sword sacred race was able to become the 3rd-ranked sacred race with 5 great sages. Any one of the 5 great sages in the sword sacred race was a super expert, and very few people of the same level could fight against them. Old Ancestor Green Hat had met Old 4th and Old 5th many years ago at a sacred clan gathering. At that time, there were 100 great sages present. When the 2 of them were sparring, the forefather watched from the side and remembered the result of the battle clearly. He knew that even if there were 3 of him combined, he still wouldn't be able to match up to Little 5 or Little 4. And that was under the condition that they did not use their clan protection Dao treasures. If they took out the famous EMO soul-suppressing bell and the black ape slave ring, the 10 green-hatted old ancestors would all die in their hands. It was not hard to imagine how terrifying the 2 of them were. But now the 2 of them, who were as powerful as they were, had actually been killed by a mysterious black-robed man. How could this not terrify Old Ancestor Green Hat? Such a terrifying and tyrannical figure. Whoever provoked him would undoubtedly die. Who could it be? Do you have any idea? The 7 ancient sages gulped down a mouthful of saliva. Just the thought of killing 2 great sages of the famed sword saint tribe sent chills down their spines. If such a character found their soul with sacred clan and eyesore, wouldn't they be able to exterminate them with a wave of their hand? Old Ancestor Green Hat shook his head and said with a dignified expression, "I've never heard of a super expert who uses a scythe and a sword." There were only so many great sages in a 9-star civilization, and he had seen most of them. However, the great sage expert that Qing Mu described was truly unheard of. However, no matter who it is, our soul with sacred clan did not provoke him. This is extremely fortunate, Old Ancestor Green Hat said with a sigh of relief. The way he looked at Qing Mu became much more pleasing to the eye, and he could not help but praise. Moreover, Qing Mu seems to have left a good impression on that super expert. The 7 ancient sages also heaved a sigh of relief. As a member of a cruel 9-star civilization, they had to be careful in everything they did. Too many glorious families had been destroyed in a single night because of carelessness. The soul with sacred clan could not afford to make such a mistake. Thinking up to their gazes toward Qing Mu became especially amiable. I've already said that Qing Mu is smart and intelligent, and I've always felt that Qing Mu is an extremely capable junior. Ancestor, I suggest that Qing Mu be included in the list of juniors that we should focus on nurturing. Hearing this, Qing Mu was incomparably happy, and he could not stop smiling. Seniors, thank you for your praise. This junior must continue to work hard. Old Ancestor Green Hat smiled benevolently. Qing Mu indeed deserves to be rewarded. After thinking about it, Old Ancestor Green Hat said, "How about this? We will first take back the Huang family's territory, and then hand it over to Qing Mu to manage." Qing Mu was extremely happy. He was extremely grateful in his heart. Everything was given to him by that senior, because they knew that this senior was heading to Songtian Mountain. The seniors wanted to curry favor with him, which was why they treated him so courteously. Otherwise, how could a clansman who had failed to establish a large family be nurtured? Not being treated coldly was already a blessing. "All right, let's go." Old Ancestor Green Hat stood up and said, "I will personally accompany you." In order to avoid any remaining dangers in the territory, it was better for him to personally make a trip. With him, one of the 3 great sages of Songtian Mountain present, he would be able to suppress the motley crew that had occupied the territory. Qing Mu hurriedly said, "I am willing to contribute my meager strength." "Ha ha! Good, the children of the soul with sacred clan are brave and good at fighting. They will definitely have great achievements in the future. Old Ancestor Green Hat waved his arm and shouted, "Let's go!" The group of people immediately set off. Except for the 2 ancient sages who were guarding the family, the old ancestor, and the 5 great sages all went forward. When they arrived at the Huang family's territory, the sinful lady led the members of the Cauldron and was cleaning the courtyard walls of the territory. This place had been vacant for a long time. The dust had been reduced, and the formation had been damaged. It needed to be cleaned up. Suddenly, the sinful lady sensed the arrival of strong men. When she looked back, she saw a great sage rushing over with 5 ancient sages. His expression was calm, without the slightest hint of fear. Even the 2 great sages of the famous sword Sacred Clan had been killed by Su Yu, let alone the ordinary great sages of Song Tian Mountain. "Who are you?" the sinful lady asked. Old Ancestor Green Hat's eyes were indifferent. He did not care about the sinful lady at all. Or rather, he did not care about the sinful lady at all. He looked around the Huang family's territory, and a trace of lingering fear flashed in his eyes. When he first broke into this place, he was attacked by nightmarish evil spirits. The memory was still fresh in his mind. "You get lost." The 5 ancient sages who followed him did not care about the sinful lady at all. The sinful lady frowned and said calmly, "I advise you to leave as soon as possible. We did not come here to fight with anyone." She was trying to dissuade them out of kindness. If they provoked Su Yu, none of them would be able to leave. A bunch of motley crew. "Do you think that Songtian Mountain is a place where you deserve to come?" One of the ancient sages scolded. "Take your people and get lost." The sinful lady was indifferent. She shook her head and sighed. Then she crushed the communication jade talisman to inform Su Yu to come and deal with it. A female ancient sage said with an indifferent look, "You probably don't know who we are, do you?" She took out a wooden token with the word "Soul" with Sacred Clan on it. Chapter 2991. The 4 words glittered in gold and were exceptionally dazzling. Especially the 2 words Sacred Clan, it was hard to ignore. In the vast cloud, desolate territory, there are only 3 sacred clans. The Soulwood Sacred Clan was one of them, but Sinful Girl saw it and didn't even frown. She just waved the communication jade talisman in her hand. "It's too late. He should be here soon." Seeing that Sinful Girl was so stubborn, the female ancient saint said disappointedly, "Your reaction is really disappointing." As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes became extremely sharp and she raised her finger to hit Sinful Girl. Even though Sinful Girl expected it, her cultivation was far from an ancient saint. How could she completely block it? Black lotuses bloomed around her, trying to absorb as much of the terrifying ancient saint's power as possible. However, the black lotuses could only absorb a limited amount. Most of the power rushed over and crushed the black lotuses. Luckily, the black lotuses bought some time for Sinful Girl to dodge. Her figure moved horizontally, trying to avoid all the attacks. But in the end, she only managed to avoid most of the power. There was still a portion of the power that hit her abdomen. Rip, Sinful Girl's black robe was completely torn apart, revealing her true appearance. A cold and beautiful face that could topple cities and countries appeared in front of everyone. Her appearance was breathtaking, causing everyone present to stare blankly. Even Patriarch Green Hat couldn't help but be attracted by her out of the corner of his eye and look over. However, when he saw that face clearly, Green Hat Ancestor trembled all over, and his face turned pale with fright. He even exclaimed, "Mirror, Mirror Flower, Heavenly Prince." Perhaps other sacred clans might not recognize Mirror Flower Heaven's true appearance, but there was no reason that no one in the Cloud Desolate Territory wouldn't recognize her, because the Cloud Desolate Territory was under Mirror Flower Heaven's rule. The other ancient sages were also taken aback, but then the old ancestor in green had realized something and said, "Wait, You can't be Mirror Flower Heaven. Mirror Flower Heaven had died long ago. How could there be another Mirror Flower Heaven in the world? Unless Mirror Flower Heaven was reborn. But even if Mirror Flower Heaven was reborn, how could she only have this little bit of cultivation? Sinful Girl held her abdomen, which was already dark red. Even though she was in pain, there was no expression of pain on her face. There was only indifference. He looked at the ancient sage who had made a move against him as if he was looking at a dead man. It would have been fine if he had not attacked her, but since he had attacked her, even if she begged for mercy, Su-yu would not have shown mercy. "Old ancestor, what do we do now?" the female ancient sage asked. Old Ancestor Green had pondered for a moment. He stared at the evil girl and said in a deep voice, "No matter what, we will first imprison her and hand her over to the Stoneman patrol team." The female ancient sage nodded in agreement. Yes, the old ancestor is right. It's best to leave such a mysterious person to the sacred mountain. She stared at the sinful girl, and a murderous aura emanated from her as she said, "If you know what's good for you, then obediently surrender. If you dare to resist, you'll suffer." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and attacked the sinful girl. The sinful lady did not try to avoid the female ancient sage's gaze. She could already predict what would happen next. As expected, just as the female ancient saint was about to grab sinful girl's shoulder, sinful girl Shinqian's space suddenly tore open, and a fist came out of it, slapping the female ancient saint's palm. The latter felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her whole body trembled, and she suddenly retreated. Her eyes were filled with surprise. "Who is it?" Her eyes were firmly fixed on the tear that had been torn open, and her heart was in turmoil. The secret space technique was not a big deal in the 9-star civilizations. As long as one had the scroll from the Space Saint clan, they could use it. What was strange was that the power contained in the other party's punch made the female ancient sage unable to ignore it. In that power, there was a sense of calmness and oppression. For a moment, she felt that she was going to be killed by the punch. Old Ancestor Green had also looked over and said lightly, "The master of the family has finally come out." How could he not notice the message that the sinful girl had sent? If he wanted to stop it, how could he not? The reason why he let it go was that he had asked the sinful girl to find the leader of this group of mobs so that they could get out of here as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be useless to just talk to these minions. Creak! The tear expanded, and Su-yu walked out of it with his hands behind his back. He was also wearing a black robe, and his face could not be seen clearly. "Are you all right?" He did not look at Old Ancestor Green Hat and the others. Instead, he was concerned about the sinful girl's injury. The sinful girl shook her head. "It's just a superficial wound. It's not serious." Su-yu looked at the bright red abdomen and silently withdrew his gaze. His eyes looked at Old Ancestor Green Hat and the others and said indifferently, "Tell me your name, so that when you die you will have a good name and become a lonely ghost." As soon as he said this, the other ancient sages laughed angrily. "Haha, what a savage thing. This is the first time in my life that I have seen someone who dares to speak to the Saint clan like this." The female ancient sage could not help but laugh. She looked at Su-yu and found that his cultivation was not very high. She really did not understand where he got the courage to say such arrogant words. Old Ancestor Green Hat also laughed at her words and said, "Take your people and leave immediately. This place is not yours to occupy." The real competitors should be the other 2 Saint clans, not the mobs in front of them. Su-yu did not say a word. He raised his hand, and the great sickle of 10,000 calamities appeared in his palm. He had always been too lazy to talk to stubborn people. He instilled his strength into the great sickle of 10,000 calamities, and his eyes were cold. Then become a nameless ghost. Old Ancestor Green Hat looked at the sickle in Su-yu's hand, and could not help but be surprised. The super strong man that Qingmu mentioned seemed to also use a sickle, didn't he? Could the two be the same person? However, this thought only flashed in his mind for a moment. How could they be the same person? With the strength of that super strong man, how could he be in cahoots with these triangular exchanges? At that level, if he were in the 9-star civilizations, would he not be a supergiant? If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Old Ancestor Green Hat said indifferently. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a terrified voice came from behind him, say, Senior. Qingmu separated the crowd and came from behind, looking at Suyu with a pale face. It was not until Suyu took out the great sickle of 10,000 calamities that he recognized the identity of the black-robed man. It was the super strong man who had killed the 2 great saints of the famous Sword Saint clan. Hearing this, Old Ancestor Green Hat and the other ancient sages all looked stiff, and they turned their eyes to Qingmu with difficulty. In their eyes, there was a look of disbelief. It was not until Su Yu's reply that they felt they were lucky. You are also from the Soul Wood Saint clan. Su Yu naturally recognized Qingmu, and he asked calmly. Qingmu's eyes were filled with deep fear, and he hurriedly begged, Senior, please have mercy on us. We didn't know you were here, and we didn't mean to offend you. Please have mercy on us. Chapter 2992. Is he really the super strong man that Qingmu mentioned? It doesn't make sense at all. Why would such a super strong man be with such a motley crew? Su Yu's face was indifferent. Show mercy? You came to my door and hurt my people. How do you expect me to show mercy? Qingmu broke out in a cold sweat. How could he have known that Su Yu would arrive in advance? How could he have known that such a super strong man was the leader of a small, insignificant force? This pockmark was not a pockmark, it was a trap. He could not think of anything else. So he turned to look at the green hat old ancestor. They were the ones who caused the trouble, so it was better for the elders to solve it themselves. The green hat old ancestor's heart trembled as he looked at the giant sickle in Su Yu's hand. According to Qingmu, this sickle was so powerful that it could suppress great saints. My friend, we really did not mean to offend you. I hope you can make an exception. The green hat old ancestor was much more polite. How about this, my friend? Name a price, and we can discuss it. Name a price? In Su Yu's heart, the sinful woman was priceless. He looked at the female ancient saint and said calmly, For Qingmu's sake, I can let you go this time, but I have always been fair. Whoever gave my people a palm strike will have to take a palm strike from me. After this hit, the grudge will be cancelled, Su Yu said. The green hat old ancestor's pupils shrank as he hurriedly said, You can't do that! If Su Yu's strength was really as Qingmu said, how could his people withstand the power of a hit from Su Yu? Su Yu raised the sickle and said, Then I'm sorry. He did not take the Soul Wood Sacred clan seriously. If he could kill the 2 great saints of the famous Sword Sacred clan, why couldn't he kill the great saints of the Soul Wood Sacred clan? Wait, the female great saint said with a livid face. So what if I took a hit from you? There was not much fear in her eyes. Before seeing Su Yu in person, she had indeed been in awe of the peerless man that Qingmu had mentioned. But now that she had seen him in person, she could clearly feel that Su Yu's cultivation was quite weak, not higher than hers. How could a hit from him hurt her? Your courage is commendable. Su Yu retrieved the great sickle of 10,000 tribulations and said, I always keep my word. As long as you can bear it, I'll write it off. Seeing that Zhang Xian had retracted the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations, the female ancient sage felt even more reassured. Old Ancestor Green Hat hesitated for a moment, but he didn't stop the female ancient sage. Firstly, this matter needed to be resolved. Secondly, he had the same thought as the female ancient sage. It was really hard to believe that an ancient sage could kill 2 great sages of the famed Sword Sacred tribe. It sounded really inconceivable. It wasn't a bad thing for the people to probe Su Yu's true strength. Only Qingmu hurriedly signaled to the elders with his eyes, as he wanted to stop her. After all, only he knew that Su Yu's abilities and cultivation couldn't be judged by common sense. However, it was too late. The female ancient sage swiftly formed a series of hand seals, and boundless energy swirled around her to form a massive sphere. This energy shield was completely capable of withstanding an all-out attack from someone of the same level. Out of consideration for her safety, the female ancient sage also released her domain. It was a domain that was similar to a quagmire. As soon as it was released, it would form a quagmire with a radius of 3 zhang. When the energy entered the domain, it would be greatly mitigated by the quagmire. With the double protection, it was impossible for someone of the same level to cause any effective harm to her. This isn't a breach of contract, is it? The female ancient sage's eyes flashed. When she attacked the sinful lady just now, she didn't have enough time to prepare. If Su Yu didn't allow it, it would be a little dangerous. Su Yu crossed his arms in front of his chest and said calmly, "You can continue." The female ancient sage heaved a sigh of relief and said, "That's enough. Let's begin." She stood there and asked the people around her to leave. Old Ancestor Green Hat nodded and said, "Get out of my way." He had already made up his mind that if anything unexpected happened during the process, he would intervene in time to prevent her from being unavoidably hurt. Su Yu lowered his arms and said, "Since you're ready, let me send you on your way." He released the space domain and appeared in front of the female ancient sage abruptly. Then he struck her with his palm. The power of the heavenly law of the first level of the middle stage of the master of the heavenly law gathered in his palm and formed a palm of light. Seeing this, the female ancient sage almost burst out laughing. She had thought that Su Yu was an ancient sage like her, but now it seemed that he was a newcomer who had just broken through to the middle stage of the master of the heavenly law. He wasn't even an ancient sage. At this moment, she was completely relieved. She seriously doubted Qingmu's words. Even old Ancestor Green Hat and the others glanced at Su Yu out of the corner of their eyes with a hint of cold, murderous intent. If what Qingmu said was wrong, today's matter wouldn't end so easily. Su Yu's cultivation was indeed at the middle stage of the master of the heavenly law, and he had just broken through. However, apart from his cultivation, he also had an unparalleled body, the body of the emperor. Su Yu's palm slapped down, and the realm of swamps immediately shattered when the palm slapped down, let alone obstructing Su Yu's movements. Su Yu's palm struck the energy shield on the surface of the female ancient sage's body without any hindrance. One could imagine what the result would be. Her energy shield was shattered on the spot. Everything happened too quickly, too unexpectedly, and too suddenly. By the time old Ancestor Green Hat reacted, it was already too late. Su Yu's palm had landed on the female ancient sage's abdomen. With a dull thud, the female ancient sage didn't even have the time to show any signs of pain. Her body and soul were destroyed by Su Yu's palm. Not even a mist of blood was left behind. All of her body turned into nothingness and drifted away without a trace. Su Yu's figure stopped, and he silently withdrew his palm. He said coldly, "It seems that you couldn't withstand my palm strike." He looked at old Ancestor Green Hat and the others with cold eyes. "If you want revenge, you can come to me." Old Ancestor Green Hat came to his senses. He was naturally heartbroken, but he didn't dare to be angry. This was an agreement between the two parties. Life and death were up to the heavens, and no one else could be blamed for it. His people wanted to kill the sinful lady, and now she was returned with a palm strike. This was what she deserved. "My friend, you must be joking. We didn't mean that." Old Ancestor Green Hat suppressed the pain in his heart. Or rather, he was already numb to life and death. As a great saint, he had lived for a long time, and he had long been indifferent to the life and death of others. "I hope my friend will fulfill your promise just now and all grudges will be written off. Old Ancestor Green had only hoped that Su Yu would not go back on his word. Su Yu walked towards his territory with his hands behind his back. Of course, unless you come to provoke me again. We wouldn't dare. Old Ancestor Green had said sincerely as he watched Su Yu enter. After Su Yu, the sinful lady, and the others left, Old Ancestor Green had also led the people of the soul with Saint Clan away with a heavy heart. Old Ancestor, we made a mistake this time. Not only did we offend that super strong man, but we also lost an important member of our clan. One of the ancient sages said sadly. Old Ancestor Green, Hat's expression was full of vicissitudes of life. Now that things have come to this, resentment won't help. We'd better find a way to make up for it. He looked at Qingmu and said, In the future, you should spend more time with the Cauldron. Yes, Old Ancestor, Qingmu said. After a pause, Old Ancestor Green, Hat's eyes flickered slightly. In addition, today's incident will be strictly sealed. Even the fact that we came here will be kept a secret. Don't tell anyone. Everyone came back to their senses after thinking. Chapter 2993. Within the Huang family's territory, Su Yu helped treat the sinful lady's injuries. Fortunately, the sinful lady's body was special, and with just a simple treatment, she began to recover on her own. I'm really sorry. My strength is too low, and I've dragged you down. The sinful woman apologized. Su Yu hurriedly said, Please don't say that. When I wasn't around, you were the one leading the Cauldron. Why would I blame you? After a pause, Su Yu said, Haven't you used the primordial energy I gave you? When he had obtained the primordial energy from the famed Sword Sacred Clan, he had given the sinful girl a drop of it. With the help of that power, sinful girl's cultivation should have increased by several levels. So why was she standing still? The sinful girl remained silent. Su Yu furrowed his brows and asked, Can you tell me where the primordial energy went? It was clear that the sinful lady did not use the primordial energy, but it was unknown where she used it. I can't tell you, sinful girl answered directly. Su Yu was flabbergasted. Could it be that the sinful woman has used it for some unspeakable purpose? Is she trying to hide it? Why? Su Yu asked. The sinful lady said expressionlessly, It's my freedom to use it wherever I want. Please don't ask any more. Su Yu did not speak any further, as he was somewhat displeased. No matter what, he had painstakingly obtained the primordial energy. Giving a drop to the sinful girl was because he hoped that she would use it wisely and improve her cultivation. But now, it seemed that the sinful girl did not cherish it. Fine, it's up to you. Su Yu stood up and said, You can heal your injuries by yourself now. I will take my leave first. He left the secret healing room and stood in midair, looking at the area of light. The size of this place was actually not much smaller than the size of the Jojo continent. It could accommodate all the living creatures that Su Yu had collected along the way. Looking at the scene of them setting up camps and rebuilding their homes, Su Yu felt a sense of warmth that he hadn't felt for a long time. A lifetime of instability, half of a lifetime of scheming. Only these creatures that had always followed him firmly could give him a trace of home harbor. My old friends from Shinua Island, where are they? Su Yu's gaze swept across the area and discovered an island in the middle of the sea. Many of the people of Mystic Moon Island had rebuilt their homes in the sea. Su Yu sighed with emotion as he took a step forward and appeared in the sky above the island. Su Yu turned into a stranger and entered the city as he watched the creatures quickly familiarize themselves with it and gain control of it. The bustling crowd was happily accepting the brand new territory. As Su Yu strolled along, he felt the same way he did in the past. However, 200 years had passed, and the old friends of the Mystic Moon Island were all mortals. Their lifespans had long passed. The ones in front of him were actually the descendants of those old friends. I heard that the royal prince is sick. I wonder if he can make it, It's very difficult. In fact, the Duke had already died of illness a year ago. It was all thanks to that fairy using the god due to prolong his life. But for those who have reached the end of their fates, it's futile no matter how we try to keep them. Suyu was shocked. The Duke was Qin Xianer's father, the Duke of Xinyu. He felt a deep sense of shame. He was always on the move, so he didn't even have the time to care about his father-in-law. With a tap of his foot, Suyu appeared in the house. As soon as he entered, Suyu was stunned by the scene in front of him. In front of him was the mansion of the Duke of Xinyu from 200 years ago. The garden, the study, and the courtyard were all the same. He still remembered the scene in the courtyard, when Qin Xianer wore a cute pink dress, waving her little fists to show off to him. He still remembered the loving voice of the Duke of Xinyu in the study. He also remembered the scene in the garden, when he taught Xia Jingyu the concept and Qin Xianer foolishly watching from the side. It all seemed like yesterday. It was so familiar, yet so distant and strange. "Who's here?" A hoarse voice came from the front yard. Suyu looked over. Even with the wall separating them, he could still clearly see the scene on the other side. A white-haired old man with striped face was lying peacefully on a bamboo chair, enjoying the afternoon sun. He held a fan in his hand, slowly fanning himself. His eyes were lonely as he looked at the boundless vault of heaven. "Who is it? Is my Xianer back?" He was the Duke of Xinyu. 200 years. Things remained the same, but people had changed. The flowers and grass were the same as they were 200 years ago, unchanged. Only the valiant county king had aged considerably. Su Yu's eyes were moist. He could feel that the Duke of Xinyu did not have much time left. This was not something that could be made up for by raising one's cultivation base or using all the elixirs in the world. Even as a mortal, it was already a miracle that he had lived to this day. "It's me," Suyu said softly. He walked with the footsteps of a mortal, passing through the crescent door and arriving in front of the Duke of Xinyu. The Duke of Xinyu's eyes widened. He struggled to sit up, saying, "So it's you, Quick, come and sit." He pointed to the stool beside him, a smile finally appearing on his sickly face. Su Yu said shamefully, "I'm sorry, father-in-law. I can only see you now." The Duke of Xinyu's face did not show the slightest bit of blame, only boundless joy. "Silly child, you are now a ruler, shouldering the burden of the world. How could you have the time to see me?" Hearing this, Su Yu felt even more guilty. A ruler could care about the world, but not his father-in-law. "Where is Sienna? Why did she not come with you?" the Duke of Xinyu asked. Su Yu's body froze, unable to answer. Did he want the Duke of Xinyu, who was nearing the end of his life, to suffer the pain of losing his daughter again? After a moment of silence, under the Duke of Xinyu's expectant gaze, Suyu said, "Sienna is fine, but she had no time to come." The Duke of Xinyu's eyes quickly dimmed, looking dispirited and lonely. He murmured, "I have not seen Sienna for many years. The last time I saw Sienna was 30 years ago. No, it was 40 years ago. That's not it either. How many years was it? I have forgotten." The Duke of Xinyu knocked on his head, saying, "I am really old." Su Yu's heart ached as he said, "Sienna didn't come, but our child will come to see you soon." Hearing this, the Duke of Xinyu was pleasantly surprised. "You have a child? What is it called? A boy or a girl? How old is it?" He was like a young man who had found a treasure, his eyes shining brightly. Su Yu pressed down on the Duke of Xinyu's trembling hands. "Later, I will let her come to see you personally. If there is anything, you can ask her in person." Okay. As a grandfather, I have to prepare some gifts." The Duke of Xinyu trembled as he tried to stand up, but he fell back onto the rattan chair. "Forget it. Let the servants come get it later." The Duke of Xinyu extended his hand. Help me to light a stick of incense." "Light a stick of incense? To whom?" Su Yu helped the Duke of Xinyu up, and under his guidance, they came to a corner of the backyard. It was a locust forest. In the forest, an ancient and vicissitude tomb lay there quietly. On the gravestone a name was carved. Xia Linxian. Chapter 2994. Su Yu's eyes were filled with sorrow. It was the grave of Xia Jingyu's father. Many years ago, her father had passed away and was reduced to dust. Life is short. Life is fragile, nothing more. If Xia Jingyu knew, she would be equally sad. Old friend, I have come to see you again. The Duke of Xinyu raised a cup of wine and poured it in front of the grave. He waved his hand. Come and give Uncle Xia a toast. Su Yu felt a tinge of sorrow. He poured a cup of wine in front of the grave and said, Uncle Xia, please protect Jingyu in heaven. He bowed deeply to show his respect to Xia Linxian. But when he looked down, he suddenly noticed that there was a special grass growing in front of the grave. The rest of the grass had withered and turned yellow. Only this grass was green and lush, as if it had grown in spring. He looked at it carefully, his eyes narrowing. He could feel the chaotic energy of a descendant of the Holy Mountain Emperor in the grass. Why would there be chaotic energy here? A pale color appeared in Su Yu's eyes as his soul, transparent eyes appeared. In the end, Su Yu could not help but be shocked when he saw it. In Xia Linxuan's grave, there were not human remains, but a stone man. What's wrong? The Duke of Xinyu sensed that Su Yu's expression was strange. Su Yu hid his shock and suppressed the waves of emotions in his heart. Nothing. Father-in-law, may I ask when he left? The Duke of Xinyu's eyes were filled with sorrow. He counted with his fingers. It has been decades. Decades ago, Xia Jingyu had already left the 8-star civilization and arrived at the 9-star civilization. Did my father personally bury him? Su Yu asked again. The Duke of Xinyu nodded his old head. Yes, the descendants of the Xia family were declining, and he was the only one left in this world. No one was there to bury him, so I had to personally take care of his funeral. Su Yu's heart was in turmoil as he listened. Why was Xia Jingyu's father a descendant of the Holy Mountain Emperor? Even if Xia Jingyu was Mirror Flower Emperor's vessel, there was no need to arrange for a descendant of the Holy Mountain Emperor to remain in this world. Right. The Duke of Xinyu suddenly thought of something and said, You are whispering to me. I am old and muddled to have forgotten one thing. Trembling, he took out a small box from his sleeve and said, This is what your Uncle Xia asked me to give you before he died. It's a pity that you didn't come, and it's been delayed until now. Something left behind before he died? Su Yu was suspicious. How could Xia Linxian confirm that Su Yu was still alive decades ago? Open it and take a look, the Duke of Xinyu said. Su Yu received the box and opened it. He discovered that it contained a letter made of leather. The Duke of Xinyu said, I do not understand why my old friend left you an empty piece of vellum, but before he died, he repeatedly told me to hand it to you. Su Yu looked at the vellum. With the Duke of Xinyu's mortal body, the vellum was indeed empty. However, Su Yu was different. He had the body of a sacred mountain son of heaven, and his body was filled with the power of primal chaos. Hence, he could tell at a glance that the vellum was filled with a strong chaotic energy. He gathered a shred of chaotic energy on his fingertip and gently touched the vellum. The chaotic energy on the vellum immediately condensed into words that normal people could not see. Meditation scripture? Su Yu could not help but be surprised. What is this? He read it in detail, but did not feel that the meditation scripture was anything special. On the surface, it seemed to be a very ordinary scripture. Moreover, it was very awkward to read, as if it was lacking something. Is this what Xia Linxian wanted to give me before he died? Su Yu was suspicious. Xia Linxian did not hesitate to condense the chaotic energy into a will before he died. But there were no other words, only vague scriptures. How strange! Did you see anything? The Duke of Xinyu asked. Su Yu muttered to himself. Did Uncle Xia say anything else before he died? The Duke of Xinyu thought for a long time. He said to take good care of Jingyu. I will leave her to you. These were very ordinary words, nothing special. Su Yu's heart was filled with disappointment and shame. He was disappointed that Xia Linxian did not leave any clues behind. He was ashamed that he did not take good care of Xia Jingyu. I understand, Su Yu sighed. I will do my best to take care of Jingyu. He did not dare to speak of Xia Jingyu's current situation, as he was afraid that the Duke of Xinyu, who did not have much time left to live, would be worried and die. The Duke of Xinyu smiled. I believe that my old friend would be very happy to know that you have taken care of Jingyu all these years. Huh, where did this come from? Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. Father-in-law, have you seen Jingyu? The Duke of Xinyu's old face revealed a kind smile. All these years, Jingyu has been coming often to keep me company. Sometimes I almost see her as Xiener as my daughter. Su Yu's heart shook. Xia Jingyu had not been by his side for 100 years. How could she have had the chance to see the Duke of Xinyu? Could there be some misunderstanding? Suddenly, the figure of a person appeared in Su Yu's mind, and he asked in disbelief, Father-in-law, the Jingyu you speak of, is she dressed in black and very cold? The only person around him that the Duke of Xinyu would mistake for Xia Jingyu was the sinful daughter. The Duke of Xinyu was stunned. It is true that she is dressed in black, but she is not cold. When she is by my side, she often smiles, but she does not talk much. After a pause, the Duke of Xinyu said, Why, is she not Xia Jingyu? I thought it was just that she didn't like to talk much. Su Yu could not hide it and could only say, She is someone else, very similar to Xia Jingyu. He was very suspicious. Why would the sinful daughter pretend to be Xia Jingyu to keep his father-in-law company? Moreover, from the Duke of Xinyu's description, it was not the first time that the sinful daughter had been meeting her father-in-law behind his back for many years. What was the sinful daughter trying to do? Why had she hidden it from him all these years? If he had not come here on a whim, he would still be in the dark. Thinking back to the fact that he had given the sinful daughter the primordial energy that he had painstakingly obtained, but she did not cherish it and did not know how to use it, Su Yu became even more suspicious. It looked like he needed to communicate with the sinful daughter. What was her motive for following Su Yu all these years? There is such a similar person in this world. The Duke of Xinyu was shocked, but she did not deny that she was Jingyu. Su Yu's eyes darkened. What was the sinful daughter's motive for pretending to be Xia Jingyu? Moreover, she fused a ball into my body to help me improve my constitution. The Duke of Xinyu was confused. At that time I thought I was going to die, but the ball allowed me to live for another year or two, until now. Huh. Su Yu frowned. A ball? The Duke of Xinyu said, It looks like a water droplet, and it is filled with very pure energy. Hearing this, Su Yu's pupil shrank. Chapter 2995. She said, You sent someone to give it to me. The Duke of Xinyu's eyes were filled with surprise. You are, if she is not Xia Jingyu, then who is she? If it was not Xia Jingyu, why would she care for him so much? Whenever Su Yu was not by her side, she often came to accompany him. However, Su Yu was already in great shock. He stared blankly at the empty sky, his mind buzzing. The sinful lady did not waste the primordial energy. Instead, she had left it to the dying Duke of Xinyu. She obviously had no relationship with the Duke of Xinyu, but she did not hesitate to give the primordial energy to raise her cultivation to the Duke of Xinyu in Su Yu's name. The sinful lady had been pursuing the peak of the martial path all her life. She longed for a breakthrough more than anyone else. But when the opportunity to break through was right in front of her, the sinful lady gave it up and gave it to the Duke of Xinyu, whom she did not even know. Was there a need to say who she did this for? Sinful lady. Su Yu felt a pain in his heart. Just a moment ago, he was still blaming the sinful lady, but she silently endured it, neither explaining nor defending herself. The Duke of Xinyu saw this and seemed to understand something. He patted Su Yu's shoulder and said, You are Do not leave behind any regrets. Only he knew that Su Yu and Xia Jingyu could have been married. But by a freak combination of factors, Su Yu had become the Duke of Xianyu's son-in-law. Father-in-law. Su Yu was ashamed, his heart aching. Go. The Duke of Xianyu smiled kindly. Su Yu cupped his fists. I will visit you later. He had mixed feelings. With a leap, he disappeared from Shenyue Island and returned to the Great Hall. He looked around, but there was no trace of the sinful lady. He could not even see her in the entire territory. Where is the sinful lady? Su Yu's heart was inexplicably flustered. It felt like he was about to lose Sienner. Reporting to the Cauldron Master, the sinful lady has gone out to exchange money, a subordinate replied. The Cauldron Master came from an 8-star civilization. The 8-star civilization's currency was, of course, not suitable for the 9-star civilization. Although he had killed many members of the Skull Group in the galaxy and seized a lot of the 9-star civilization's currency, it was still a drop in the bucket compared to the vast population of the 9-star civilization. He could only exchange for the currency that everyone needed. Su Yu felt much better, but he was still worried. Where did he go? Sinful Girl said that she had looked up information. There is a sacred place in Songtian Mountain where all forces can trade. It is called Sky Capital Square. It should be there now. Tiandu Square? For some unknown reason, Su Yu had never been so worried about the sinful girl. Or rather, he was in a rush to apologize for her. With a flash of his figure, Su Yu left the territory hurriedly and headed toward the Tiandu workshop. In a certain pavilion in the territory, Xinge was playing chess with Bai Shui. Xinge looked at the sky and blinked. Master is as busy as ever. Humph. Who knows which woman he's looking for this time? Bai Shui continued playing. Xinge covered her mouth and chuckled. There was a hint of weariness in her smile. You have a deep misunderstanding of Master. He's not as fickle as you think. Bai Shui felt that she had a say in this. She laughed and said, You think someone who has stripped me naked is a gentleman? Xinge shrugged. He's not a gentleman, but he would definitely not touch other women. As she spoke, Xinge looked at her with a smile that was not a smile. I'm guessing that you must have been seen by him before, but not touched. That's why you're not satisfied. That's why you're prejudiced against Master, right? Bai Shui forcefully tapped the chess piece on the chessboard. What nonsense are you spouting? Why would I fall for this liar? Xinge's smile faded, replaced with a serious expression. It's best that you don't fall for him. Otherwise, you'll suffer for the rest of your life, because you won't get him. Only those who had been with Su Yu for a long time would understand that he only had those two in his heart. At the same time, Tiandu workshop. In an extremely stylish shop, the sinful girl was wearing a conical bamboo hat and was discussing with someone in a material shop. This shop was the largest material shop on Songtian Mountain. The Guangtian Pavilion accepted all kinds of rare materials. The second shopkeeper of the shop was holding the space ring of the sinful girl, examining the items inside. After looking for a moment, he shook his head expressionlessly. Send more precious items to the Guangtian Pavilion next time. In other words, the things that the sinful girl brought were too cheap and not worth the Guangtian Pavilion accepting. The sinful girl had spent her entire life cultivating and had never asked about the trade of resources. Thus, she was not good at conversing with others. But now that she was in charge of the cauldron, even if she was not good at it, she had to bite the bullet. What about these? The sinful girl took out another space storage device and passed it to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper swept through it and was surprised. Some of the items in the space storage device were extremely precious, but there were also low-quality items. They were all jumbled together, and it was obvious that the owner of the space storage device was not good at organizing. His eyes glowed. How about this? I'll be kind and buy it for 100 million soul stones. The so-called soul stones were the common currency issued by the Holy Mountain. Regardless if it was a 9-star civilization or an abandoned civilization, they could all use the soul stones to trade and buy what they wanted. 100 million soul stones was not a small number. But the space storage device in the hands of the sinful girl contained the most important core resources of the skull unit. How could its value be just 100 million soul stones? The shopkeeper clearly saw that the sinful girl was too inexperienced, and thus intentionally swindled her. He wanted to see if he could obtain the core resources at a low price. "Can it be more?" the sinful girl asked. She did not know that the moment she opened her mouth, she revealed her nature of not being good at conversing. The shopkeeper's face was taut, and he had a look of disdain. "I only reluctantly accepted it because of your sincerity. Since you think it's worth it, then take it back." As he spoke, he pushed the space storage device back. The sinful girl's face revealed a rare, apologetic expression. "I'm sorry. Then, as you said, 100 million soul stones." Forget it. I'll be a good person again," the second shopkeeper said impatiently. The sinful girl thanked him profusely. "Thank you, shopkeeper. Thank you." This was probably one of the few times in her life that she treated someone so courteously. The second shopkeeper extended his palm and was about to take the space storage device in his hand, but a palm appeared out of thin air and pressed down on the space storage device. "We're not selling it." The owner of the palm was none other than Suyu, who had rushed over in time. In fact, he had already been here for a while. He had witnessed the whole process of the sinful girl negotiating with someone, and his heart was filled with an indescribable emotion. The once sinful girl, how beautiful and peerless was she! She was as cold as an ice mountain, and her powerful abilities shook the galaxy. She had chased after him for several years. Even when the heavens and earth were torn apart, her expression did not change. She was like a goddess from the heavens, worthy of respect and fear. But what made her lower herself and bargain with others? She even forced a smile, apologized, and looked at others' faces? Chapter 2996. The sinful lady had changed because of him, hadn't she? The ruthless woman, who had always been a loner and devoted herself to pursuing the martial path, had lowered herself for him, changed herself for him, and made sacrifices for him silently. For a moment, Suyu felt that it would have been better if the sinful lady hadn't met him. "Why are you here?" the sinful lady asked as she tilted her head to look at him. Suyu hesitated for a moment, then put his other hand on her shoulder. The sinful lady's calm eyes trembled and her body stiffened. For the first time, a blush appeared on her snow-white cheeks. She wanted to speak, but her mind was blank. Her heart was pounding as if something was pounding inside. It was a wonderful and strange feeling, one that she had never experienced in her life. Suyu whispered in her ear, "I want to see you." Upon hearing that, the sinful lady's pupils shrank. Her heart felt as if it was being held by a strong hand, making it difficult for her to breathe. "You want to see me?" This was probably the most touching thing that the sinful lady had ever heard from Suyu. Although it was only 3 words, they shocked the sinful lady greatly. "Then say sorry," Suyu said apologetically. The sinful lady, who was usually indifferent and concise, couldn't even speak fluently at the moment. It's okay." She looked into Suyu's eyes, only to find that he was looking at her as well. When their eyes met, they were both stunned. Suyu's feelings for her were the most complicated. From the beginning, they were mortal enemies. Later, they were on the same side. Then they became friends, and finally, they became a hazy relationship. She couldn't help but sigh at how fate played tricks on people. "Are you selling or not?" The vice shopkeeper interrupted the tacit communication between the two with a sullen face. The sinful lady came back to her senses, looked away, and said, "Listen to him." The vice shopkeeper looked at Suyu, who said without hesitation, "No." As he spoke, Suyu put away the space storage device, put his arm around the sinful lady's shoulder, and said, "Let's go to another shop." The vice shopkeeper became anxious. Although it was just a quick glance, he still found several treasures that were worth hundreds of millions of soul stones. If he could get his hands on them, it would be a huge windfall. Wait, the price is negotiable. The vice shopkeeper stood up and stopped her. The sinful lady looked back at him and asked, "Didn't you say that you would only accept me if I did something good? Now you're saying the price is negotiable." The assistant manager coughed dryly. "I've reconsidered. I've realized that some of the items in the interspatial storage device are of some value, but not too high. I wonder if the two of you are sincere in selling?" asked the assistant manager. Su Yu stopped in his tracks, weighed the space storage device in his hand, and said, "Do you have the sincerity to accept it?" The second shopkeeper proudly said with his hands behind his back, "Of course, my Guangtian pavilion pays particular attention to sincerity when doing business." Su Yu extended a finger. "Since that's the case, I'll sell it to you at this price." 100 million soul stones? The vice manager said hesitantly. Wasn't this still the same price as before? He realized that wasn't the case. "Don't tell me you're going to say 1 billion. If it was 1 billion, it would still be a great profit. Just a cursory glance just now, the total value of the few items inside was far more than 1 billion. "No, I meant 10 billion soul stones," Su Yu said calmly. The Skull Unit had plundered the resources of the Milky Way for many years. 10 billion was a small amount. Guangtian Pavilion still had money to earn. What, 10 billion? Are you crazy? The second shopkeeper laughed angrily. What kind of concept was 10 billion soul stones? The annual income of each of the 3 great saint families was only this amount. How was it possible to make a transaction of 10 billion at once? The black-robed man in front of him must be crazy about money, right? Su Yu did not say a word. He took out one precious item after another from the space storage device and placed them on the table. Taiha ichthyosaur, worth at least 100 million soul stones. Tian jade coral, worth 150 million soul stones. 7th grade doctrine artifact, black dragon gut sword, worth 200 million soul stones. Su Yu took out the relatively precious items from the space storage device, one by one. There were dozens of them. These add up to a value of 10 billion. Su Yu looked at the pile of items on the table and shook the space storage device in his hand. In addition, there are some precious items that haven't been counted yet. Now tell me again, who is the crazy one who wants to buy these items with 100 million soul stones? Su Yu asked rhetorically. The second shopkeeper said sheepishly, "It's my fault. I didn't realize there were so many valuable items." The sinful lady looked at him and sighed silently. She really wasn't suited to haggling with small fry. Something worth 10 billion had almost been cheated out of it by someone for 100 million soul stones. It was ridiculous. "So are you going to take it or not?" Su Yu asked. The second shopkeeper said hurriedly, "Please wait a moment. Our head shopkeeper has to make the decision." He hurriedly ran to the back hall. In the courtyard, an old man with a goatee was leisurely feeding the goldfish in the water tank. "Head shopkeeper, I have a big deal for you to decide." The old man with a goatee looked at the fish tank and asked, "How big is it?" 10 billion, the second shopkeeper said. The old man with a goatee paused, obviously surprised. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "Give up. Recently, we need to invest a large sum of money in another matter." "Give up?" The second shopkeeper felt extremely pained. "Head shopkeeper, this deal is definitely profitable. We have already counted 10 billion worth of items." He listed the dozens of treasures that Su Yu had taken out just now one by one. At first, the old man with the goatee was not moved and had no intention of making a deal. But gradually, the old man with the goatee's gaze sharpened. He patiently listened to the second shopkeeper's narration without missing a word. Where did this person come from? The old man with the goatee narrowed his eyes. The second shopkeeper shook his head. "I don't know. There were 2 people. but both wore black robes and masks. I couldn't determine their identities. He looked at the old man with a goatee in surprise. Initially, he had thought the deal was off based on his attitude. To think that the head shopkeeper had changed his mind. It was really unexpected. After muttering to himself for a long time, the old man with a goatee put down the fish food and walked to the front hall with his hands clasped behind his back. As soon as he arrived, he immediately hid the gloomy expression on his face and squeezed out a warm smile. He cupped his fists and said, "I am the head shopkeeper of the Guangtian Pavilion. 2 esteemed guests. Please forgive me for not welcoming you earlier." Su Yu nodded his head in response. The head shopkeeper said with a smile, "Servants, serve tea to the 2 esteemed guests." He then asked, "May I know where the 2 esteemed guests are from?" Su Yu's eyes flickered. He said indifferently, "We are only here to sell things. We have no time for idle chatter. If you think this deal is inappropriate, we can find another seller." It was too naive to want to know his background. "We are willing, but compared to the goods, we would rather be friends with you," the head shopkeeper said with a smile. So you did not say a word. He put away the space storage device and said, "Let's go." The sinful lady was puzzled. Was he not going to sell? Or was this his way of bargaining? "Please wait. The Guangtian Pavilion is willing to make this deal with you," the head shopkeeper said hurriedly. "The price will be, as you said just now, 10 billion soul stones." However, Su Yu did not even turn his head. He said decisively, "I'm sorry, I'm not selling." The head shopkeeper said immediately, "The price can be higher." Su Yu said indifferently, "I said I'm not selling." He left the Guangtian Pavilion after saying that. Outside the shop, the sinful lady said, "We can sell it for a higher price." "Why wouldn't we sell it?" Su Yu's eyes shone brightly. He said in a deep voice, "Don't you think this head shopkeeper is far more interested in us than these resources?" Chapter 2997. Oh, the sinful lady thought about it carefully and said, "That seems to be the case. They have been trying to guess our origins." Su Yu looked back at the board of the Guangtian Pavilion, then looked down at the space storage device in his hand. Maybe these stolen goods have something to do with them. When he had killed the skeleton group Sky Tian demon, he had revealed his identity as a great saint family from a 9-star civilization before he died. The space storage device must have had something unique to that family, which was why he had been recognized. However, Su Yu had no regrets now that things had come to this. He and the sinful lady went to another shop and easily sold the goods for 10 billion soul stones. "You will keep all of this money." Su Yu gave her all the soul stones he had obtained. The sinful lady was startled. "Aren't you afraid that I will take it all away?" 10 billion soul stones was not a small amount. Su Yu was too confident in her. "Based on your care for the Duke of Xinyu, you can take 100 billion soul stones if you want." Su Yu looked into her eyes. The sinful lady's cold eyes were suddenly filled with panic. Su Yu's unexpected words had pierced her heart. For no reason, she had taken care of Su Yu's father-in-law. Was there a need to explain why? Su Yu took out another jade bottle, which contained 10 drops of primordial energy. "Come with me." He took a step forward and brought the sinful lady back to the secret room in his territory. "Consume it." This time, Su Yu personally supervised the sinful lady's usage. She had no choice but to consume it on the spot. Su Yu followed behind her, helping her quickly dissolve the medicinal effects. Meanwhile, in the Guangtian Pavilion, the shopkeeper was still standing at the door, his expression constantly changing. "Did you buy it?" he asked coldly when the second shopkeeper returned. The second shopkeeper held a jade box in his hand and brought it to him. "I bought it from the Howren Tower for 3 billion. The shopkeeper opened the jade box. There was a white crystal inside with a golden liquid flowing within. "It really is the heavenly flowing cloud crystal," the shopkeeper murmured. This was one of the items in Su Yu's space storage device. He had sold it to the Howran Tower for 300 million. Obviously, they wanted to buy it back, so the Howran Tower naturally asked for a price of 3 billion. The second shopkeeper felt his heart ache. He had spent billions of soul stones for no good reason. This was a huge loss. However, the head shopkeeper specifically said that he wanted to buy this item back, and said that he would not hesitate to pay any price, so he could only allow the Howran building to state a price. Head shopkeeper, what should we do if the higher-ups find out that we're spending money so recklessly? Asked the assistant shopkeeper worriedly. The head shopkeeper's expression was cold as he said, if the higher-ups know that the heavenly flowing cloud crystal is here and we turn a blind eye to it, that would be truly troublesome. He packed up the sky-flow cloud crystals and put on his bamboo hat. Take care of the shop. I'm going to the covering sky St. Clan to meet the master. Hearing this, the second shopkeeper's expression was abnormally solemn. The overwhelming Sky Holy Clan was a super holy clan, unlike the ordinary holy clans of Songtian Mountain. In such a sacred clan, it was possible that several super great sages with absolute strength would appear at any time. Although they were inferior to the famed sword sacred clan, they were definitely not weak. At that time, the news that the Huang family's territory had been occupied by a foreign force spread like wildfire. In just a few days, it had spread all over Songtian Mountain. Many factions on the mountain were startled. This was especially true for the sacred Nether Clan and the sacred Puppet Clan. The sacred Nether Clan, a ancestral patriarch of the Great Sage Clan, was secretly investigating with nearly 20 ancient sages of the clan. How's the investigation of the foreign force occupying the Huang family's territory going? In the middle of the group was a child dressed in a simple gray robe. His face was very young, but his eyes were incomparably weathered. He was the ancestral patriarch of the sacred Nether Clan, the great sage of the Nether Clan. He was quite skilled in controlling ghosts and corpses. The intruders are from a small, unranked force called the Ding. I've never heard of them before, an ancient sage in charge of the investigation said. As far as I know, the strongest one is their leader. His strength is only at the first stage of the mid-stage of the Heavenly Law Lord. He hasn't even reached the ancient sage level. Is he that weak? The other dozen ancient sages discussed among themselves. The Huang family's territory is located in the center of Songtian Mountain. We've always given in to them for the sake of their surname. Now that all of their family members have disappeared, how can their territory fall into the hands of outsiders? Ancestral Patriarch, it's time to take back the Huang family's territory. The ancient sages suggested, but the ancestral patriarch of the Nether Clan remained silent. After a long time he asked, what about the Greenwood Sacred Clan and the Puppet Sacred Clan? The ancient sage in charge of the investigation pondered for a moment and said, This! The two sacred clans haven't done anything yet. They probably haven't made a move yet. The ancient sages suggested again. Ancestral Patriarch, we must seize the territory before the two sacred clans realize what's going on. That's right, Ancestral Patriarch. We can't miss this opportunity. However, the ancestral patriarch of the Nether Clan was exceptionally calm. His weathered eyes were filled with wisdom. Why do I feel that this is a trap? A trap? The ancient sages fell into deep thought. The ancient sage in charge of the investigation said, Ancestral Patriarch, are you worried that the two sacred clans haven't made a move yet because they know something in advance? The ancestral patriarch of the Nether Clan nodded slightly. I dare not say for the Puppet Sacred Clan. They are obsessed with making puppets and aren't interested in expanding their territory. However, the Greenwood Sacred Clan has always been extremely interested in territory because they need to reproduce. The Greenwood Sacred Clan has paid a huge price for the Huang clan's territory. Now that the territory is no longer dangerous, how can they not do anything about it when a bunch of small forces have taken advantage of it? The ancient sage in charge of the investigation said, Could it be that the Greenwood sacred clan hasn't received the news yet? The ancestral patriarch of the Nether clan laughed. How is that possible? The Greenwood sacred clan is proficient in wood element ancestral techniques. Everything can be turned into their wood and become their eyes and ears. How could they not know about it? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Greenwood sacred clan knows that we are secretly spying here. As he spoke, the ancestral patriarch of the Nether clan's gaze suddenly sharpened. He stared at an ancient sage who was concentrating on the meeting. He clenched his fist and twisted the ancient sage's neck. Then he took out a jade box from the ancient sage's chest. There was a seed that had already sprouted. The tender bud that had sprouted from the seed was abnormally green. Moreover, it was shining brightly. The ancient sage was shocked. He said, this is a seed that has been dead for 100 years. When did it germinate? The ancestral patriarch of the Nether clan grabbed the seed and sneered. Greenwood sacred clan, don't go too far. He clenched his fist, and the seed shattered with a bang. Green smoke came out of it. It was obvious that the Greenwood sacred clan had activated the seed and used it to spy on everything that was happening in the secret room. The ancestral patriarch of the Nether clan sat back down and said calmly, "So you saw it?" The Greenwood sacred clan didn't do anything. It must be the Huang clan's territory. No, it must be that small force called the Cauldron. There is a big problem. Now no one had any doubts. Then, how should we deal with that small force? The crowd asked. The ancestral patriarch of the Nether clan rubbed his forehead. His eyes flickered. Send an invitation. I want to meet their leader personally. However, just as he finished speaking, a spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared above their heads. Then a red invitation floated down. Chapter 2998. Only the Space Saint clan could master such a level of space domain. The space domain disappeared quickly, leaving only an invitation floating in front of the Netherworld ancestor. He picked it up and read it. His expression changed several times, and he finally fell silent. "Ancestor, is there a problem with the letter?" someone asked with concern. The Netherworld ancestor shook his head. "There's no problem with the letter, but the person who sent it." With a flick of his finger, the words in the letter flew into the air and appeared in everyone's eyes. After reading it, they were shocked and confused. The Cauldron invited the 3 great saint families and all the ancient clans of the Songtian Mountain for a discussion. The people were amused and annoyed at the same time. The funny thing was that the new Cauldron thought too highly of itself. How dare it summon all the forces of the Songtian Mountain for a discussion? The 3 great saint clans had been rooted in the Songtian Mountain for many years. However, they were not qualified to summon all the forces of the Songtian Mountain. How could this Cauldron invite them? "Ancestor, although this Cauldron is a little strange, we can't let it be so arrogant," a person suggested. "We still need to show our dignity." The people of the clan were not interested in this invitation. Only the Netherworld ancestor, who pondered for a long time, made a decision that caused an uproar. "Prepare a generous gift, and we will attend the meeting on time." What? The dignified Saint clan was going to bow to a small force and participate in their discussion? Was this a joke? If they attended this meeting, how could the Netherworld Saint clan raise their heads in the Songtian Mountain in the future? "I have made up my mind," the Netherworld ancestor said in a low voice. As the only great saint of the Saint clan, he had to be more cautious than anyone else. In addition to having extraordinary vision, that Cauldron should not be underestimated. The Greenwood Saint clan had also received a similar invitation. Having seen Su Yu's real strength, they certainly did not dare to refuse to attend the meeting. In the secret forging room of the Puppet Saint clan, a strong man in a black robe, whose body and mind were hidden, was refining a 10-feet-tall humanoid metal puppet with the help of 10 ancient saints. The material of the puppet was neither gold nor wood. It was unknown what it was made of. Black thunder and lightning were flowing all over its body. somewhat similar to the humanoid disastrous fire of the Saint clan. However, compared to the disastrous fire, it was much weaker. The puppet sage stroked the metal puppet with a look of regret. The puppet is complete. Only the heart remains. It can't be refined. Bolts of lightning jumped out of the puppet and landed on the puppet great saint's arm, but they didn't cause any damage. The human heart puppet in front of him was the masterpiece of 10 generations of the puppet saint clan. It used meteorites from outer space, gathered the bones of various great sages, as well as several premium materials from the 9-star civilizations, and spent several epochs to refine it. In his generation, the outer appearance of the puppet had already been completely formed, but it was only the outer appearance. It still lacked a strong heart. Only the heart could be like a human, able to cultivate and absorb energy on its own. It was not an inanimate object. At this moment, a spatial domain appeared above them, and an invitation fell from it. The sacred puppet didn't even raise its head. It reached out and grasped the invitation in its palm. He didn't open it. He only blocked the cover of the invitation and saw the contents clearly. Ding! Invite all the forces of Songtian Mountain to participate in the discussion. The ancient sages in the room chuckled softly. Who is Ding? We don't have such a force in Songtian Mountain, do we? I heard that it seems to be a small force that occupied the territory of the Huang family. We didn't bother to find trouble with them, but they took the initiative to come to us. The puppet great saint took a look at the invitation and crushed it expressionlessly. He said indifferently, "Don't worry about it. Continue with the refinement." Almost all the forces in Songtian Mountain received the same invitation. Most of them snorted and refused to participate. Only a few of them said they would participate. In the territory, Su Yu was guarding the sinful lady. She had refined all the medicinal power and lived up to everyone's expectations. She broke through to the middle stage of the heavenly law master in one go, and her cultivation was now comparable to Su Yu's. At this moment, Su Yu sent out the last invitation with the spatial domain. The sinful lady opened her beautiful eyes and said, "I'm about to recover to the peak of my strength." Half of her body was destroyed after all, and it hadn't recovered to its original state. I have a feeling that if I recover to the peak, my body will undergo a qualitative change, the sinful lady said. As the son of heaven's vessel, she had borne the body of Mirrorflower Heaven for too long, and her body had been subtly influenced. If her cultivation was restored to its original state, some of Mirrorflower Heaven's power that had settled in her body would be stimulated, and she would become extremely powerful. Su Yu looked at her deeply and said, "If such a day comes, remember to remind me to guard you at all times." To be honest, he didn't think it was a good thing. He had only transplanted one of Mirrorflower Heaven's hearts, and she had almost taken over his body. As Mirrorflower Heaven's former vessel, if her body was going to undergo some qualitative change, he really had to guard against Mirrorflower Heaven's petty tricks. "Okay." The sinful lady nodded, and her eyes were fixed on the floating invitation. "Why did you send invitations to all the forces in Songtian Mountain?" Su Yu's eyes shone with a profound light as he said, "I have to get my body back sooner or later, and I can't delay it any longer. So, I have to stabilize the situation in Songtian Mountain as soon as possible, and ensure that after I leave, the Cauldron won't be harassed by the forces in Songtian Mountain." "So, you want to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys?" The sinful lady immediately understood Su Yu's intention. Unexpectedly, Su Yu shook his head and said no. Killing people to establish power is only a temporary effect. Common interests are the long-term solution, Su Yu said calmly. The sinful lady looked at him and sighed with emotion. 100 years ago, when she first met Su Yu in the seal, he was still a young and hot-blooded youth. Now he had grown into a mature, steady, and sophisticated person. The passage of time had washed away the dust of the world, but it had also resisted the edges of human nature. Since I invited them for a discussion, I naturally want to discuss long-term interests. Only then can the cauldron grow steadily, Suyu said. The sinful lady chose to stand beside him and said, I really want to help you. Her words were filled with deep helplessness and powerlessness. 100 years had passed, and she could no longer catch up with Suyu's pace. At the moment, even though her cultivation had improved, she couldn't help Suyu much. Suyu patted the back of her hand and smiled warmly. Living well in this world is the best help you can give me. He didn't want to see anyone else sacrifice themselves because of him. His life was too heavy, so heavy that it couldn't bear any more. Okay. The sinful lady looked at him and smiled, her heart warm. Then Suyu and Bai Shui chatted in detail. Hey, when can the sculpture seal be made? Those old guys of the Heavenly Law Alliance are waiting for my answer. Bai Shui rested her chin on her hands and said bitterly. She had followed Suyu and the others to Songtian Mountain to wait for Emo Hung to make a new sculpture seal. Suyu said, I have already sent an invitation to the Puppet Saint clan in charge of the fire reservoir. If they are willing to come, we can discuss in person and borrow their fire reservoir. If Emo Hung wanted to make a seal, he could only make use of the natural fire reservoir on Songtian Mountain, and that fire reservoir happened to be occupied by the Puppet Saint clan. A trace of worry flashed in Bai Shui's eyes. The Puppet Saint clan is not easy to deal with. Yesterday, I contacted the clan master of the Puppet Saint clan. He used to be a member of the Heavenly Law Alliance. In the end, he couldn't help me get the trial qualification for the fire reservoir, because the Puppet Saint and the Ancient Saints are determined not to let outsiders enter their fire reservoirs. Suyu raised his eyebrows slightly. Even the clan master couldn't persuade those old guys. Even if the Puppet Saint clan was willing to participate in the discussion, it would be impossible to persuade them. Let's hold the discussion first. If it doesn't work, we can just barge in. Suyu made up his mind. Chapter 2999. Forcing his way through was a last resort, and Suyu didn't want to do it unless it was absolutely necessary. That's more like it. Bai Shui's worry turned into joy as she held her chin and giggled. She was well aware of Suyu's strength. As long as he was serious, he could even flatten the Puppet Saint clan. Then, can I use the Yinyang Gate? Suyu asked. Ever since he had met the Duke of Xinyu once, his heart had been moved, and he wanted to find Xia Jingyu and reunite with her. As for recovering his body, that was the most urgent matter. No. Bai Shui shook her head regretfully. Just as I said before, the Yinyang Gate is the secret of the Heavenly Law Alliance. Only those who bring great benefits to the Heavenly Law Alliance can request to use it. The most direct method to obtain great benefits is to complete some of the missions issued by the Heavenly Law Union. The minimum requirement for accepting these missions is that one must be from an aristocratic family. Now, your cauldron can be considered an aristocratic family and is qualified to accept some missions from the Heavenly Law Union. Suyu sat down and asked, what mission do you think is most likely to get the Heavenly Law Alliance's old alliance masters to use the Yinyang Gate as a reward? Let me see. White Snow took out a thick stack of books. Here are all the possible missions for the next 3 years. Bai Shui took out a golden tome and flipped it open. The top missions are all in there. Suyu took it and looked at it. He could not help but be surprised. Great Sage level ominous beast killed. Iron-eating giant bear. Searching for the extinct spirit herb. The Tao Rain immortal root. Suyu casually flipped through it and grinned. Your Heavenly Law Alliance is really ambitious. All of the missions in this golden booklet are extremely difficult missions that can only be completed by a great saint family. Are you sure that a great saint family will help you complete them? The price required to invite a great sage family wasn't something the Heavenly Tao Alliance could afford. Bai Shui said nonchalantly, what's so strange about that? My Heavenly Law Alliance might be an aristocratic family in name, but do you think that our true foundation is inferior to an aristocratic family? This really wasn't it. Su Yu did not know how strong the old Alliance masters were, but Bai Shui was already a great saint. In theory, a force with a great saint expert was enough to be classified as a sacred clan, but the Heavenly Law Alliance did not. Furthermore, the Heavenly Law Alliance's influence was so widespread that it could infiltrate every 9-star civilization or even 8-star civilization. In terms of influence, how could the Heavenly Law Alliance be inferior to the 3 sacred clans on the Hidden Heaven Mountain? How powerful is your Heavenly Law Alliance? This was the first time that Su Yu was concerned about such a matter. Bai Shui proudly crossed her arms in front of her chest. In terms of combat power, I'm not any weaker than some of the Super Saint clans. Su Yu was a little surprised. None of the Super Saint clans were simple. For example, the famed Sword Sacred Clan. Their foundation was terrifyingly deep. He never expected the Heavenly Dao Union to be so powerful. However, it was no wonder that his branches could be spread all over the place without being attacked by the local holy race. Does this mean that trying to barge into the Heavenly Law Alliance by force isn't realistic? Su Yu quashed such an idea. Bai Shui glared at him. Good thing you didn't, or you wouldn't even know how you died. Su Yu asked curiously, since the Heavenly Law Alliance has such power, why didn't it become a holy clan? Bai Shui kept her mouth shut and pointed at the ceiling. Su Yu understood. It must have something to do with the Saint Mountain Emperor. Once they became a holy clan, they would be monitored by the Saint Mountain Emperor. The Heavenly Law Alliance must have some secret they didn't want the Saint Mountain Emperor to find out, which was why they hadn't been promoted yet. So, many holy clans are willing to complete the missions on the Golden Book, in exchange for what they want from the Heavenly Law Alliance. Bai Shui raised her eyebrows, as if she had finally raised her head in front of Su Yu. Su Yu said, "Give me a suggestion. Which mission on the Golden Book would allow you to use the Yin Yang Gate?" Bai Shui shook her head mysteriously. Not a single one. The Yin Yang Gate would not be handed over to outsiders easily. Not one. Su Yu said impatiently. Then why did you bring the Golden Book out? Wasn't that a waste of time? Bai Shui took back the Golden Book. I just wanted to tell you not to waste your time. If you want to use the Yin Yang Gate, you would need to complete something even more difficult than the mission on the Golden Book. Even someone as powerful as you wouldn't be able to complete it. She was trying to dissuade Su Yu from wasting his time on the Yin Yang Gate. Su Yu said stubbornly, "Where there's a will, there's nothing impossible in this world." In his 200 years of cultivation, Su Yu had always held the belief that he would not give up until the very last moment. Bai Shui looked deeply into Su Yu's eyes. After a moment, she sighed helplessly. "All right, since you don't want to give up, I will use my authority as the Heavenly Law Alliance Master to make an exception and give you a chance to participate in the mission." Without waiting for Su Yu to agree, Bai Shui said, "Don't make a decision yet. Let me finish. This mission has already invited all the big and small forces of the 10 Heavens 100 Caves to send representatives to carry out the mission. There are many holy clans among them, and even a super holy clan has agreed to accept the mission." Su Yu frowned. The more involved the mission, the more difficult it would be. If even a super holy clan was involved, this mission would be extraordinarily difficult. "The mission is to head to the Heavenly Law Prison and repair it," Bai Shui said. Heavenly Law Prison? Su Yu had read many books about the 9-star civilizations, but this was the first time he had heard of the Heavenly Law Prison. How ignorant. You haven't even heard of the Heavenly Law Prison. Bai Shui blinked, covering her mouth as she laughed. The Heavenly Law Prison is one of the 3 ancient prisons set up by the Holy Mountain Son of Heaven in the 9-star civilizations. Extremely ancient heinous criminals are imprisoned inside. Every prisoner possesses the primeval divine power to destroy the 9-star civilization. For example, there are 7 heroes who accompanied the human ancestor to fight against the Holy Mountain in the last era. Their cultivation levels have reached the level of all saints. Su Yu's pupils constricted. Comrades of the human ancestor? Those 7 almighty beings are said to be the former disciples of the human ancestor. Each of them is a strong man of the ancestor level. They are extremely terrifying. The heavenly law prison has a seal from the holy mountain, which seals them all year round. However, the prison has experienced the baptism of time, and a considerable degree of decay has appeared. This requires a considerable number of strong men to repair the heavenly law prison. The Holy Mountain has entrusted this mission to the Heavenly Law Alliance. The Heavenly Law Alliance cannot complete it alone, and can only invite the strong men of the world with generous gifts. After a pause, Bai Shui said thoughtfully, "I don't know why, but the current speed of repair is quite slow. It is very likely that it will be overdue. When that time comes, the Heavenly Law Alliance may be punished by the Holy Mountain. If you can turn the tide and complete the repair ahead of time, you will be the savior of the Heavenly Law Alliance. It should not be a problem to borrow the Yin Yang Gate again." Su Yu did not hesitate. "Give me a copy of this mission." For the Yin Yang Gate, any risk was worth taking. Moreover, he really wanted to meet the 7 disciples of the human ancestor. Chapter 3000. All he wanted was to know if his disciples were still alive. "Okay, I'll find a way to forge a new seal for you," Su Yu promised. He couldn't wait to carry out the task of repairing the heavenly law prison. In the following time, Su Yu concentrated on his training. The primeval energy was only effective the first time it was used. No matter how it was used, it wouldn't work. Therefore, he could only rely on the local pure heavenly law energy to improve his cultivation bit by bit. Under normal circumstances, it would take him no less than 100,000 years to advance to the second stage of the middle stage of the heavenly lawmaster. Time passed little by little. 1 month later, Su Yu opened his eyes slowly. Although he had worked very hard in the past 10 days, the improvement in his cultivation was quite small. "I have to find a way to improve my cultivation." Su Yu didn't have enough time. He could encounter the Emperor of the Holy Mountain at any time and have a great battle. Therefore, improving his cultivation was an urgent matter. However, this was not the time to think about it. He had sent out the invitation today. He looked into the distant sky with a hint of shrewdness in his eyes. "Don't let me down." Su Yu took a step forward and used the secret space technique to come to the first hall. The first hall was extremely large. It looked like a living room from the outside, but it was actually a vast forest with green peaks. On one of the towering mountains, there was a pavilion. When Su Yu arrived, there were already many people sitting in the pavilion. Su Yu knew one of them. It was the green hat old ancestor of the Greenwood Holy Clan, whom he had met not long ago. The other person was a mysterious man who emitted a gloomy aura. Judging from the seat opposite the green hat old ancestor, he should be the famous Netherworld old ancestor. As for the others, they took the initiative to greet Su Yu with kind faces. They should be the great families attached to the 2 holy clans. They had come because they had been instructed by the 2 great saints. In addition, there was a group of indifferent people, about 100 of them, more than I expected. Su Yu stepped forward with a smile. He had thought only the green hat old ancestor would come, but the Netherworld old ancestor and his faction had also come. Moreover, there were some other factions which was unexpected. The green hat old ancestor smiled kindly. "Cauldron Master, please tell me what you need." Old ancestor Netherworld saw this and was secretly surprised. As expected, old ancestor Green Hat was quite afraid of this cauldron. He was actually so humble. He just didn't know where this so-called cauldron venerable one came from. Was his identity extraordinary, or was his strength outstanding? Su Yu sat down and waved his hand casually. A table appeared in front of each of them, and it was filled with all kinds of spiritual fruits. At first, the leaders of the various powers did not care, but upon closer inspection, they realized that those were actually quite valuable spirit fruits. Many of the leaders of the forces who were looking down on them couldn't help but retract their arrogance. It seemed that the cauldron was not as bad as the news said. I have gathered all of you here today because I want to discuss something with you. So you went straight to the point. The green hat old ancestor smiled and waited silently for Suyu to continue. However, some of the leaders of the forces who had come with ill intentions already snorted disdainfully. Discuss? Who do you think you are? The one who had just spoken was an ancient sage. Based on what he could sense, he should have already reached ancient sage pinnacle, just a step away from becoming a great sage. His face was full of red sideburns, and his eyes were burning with 2 balls of fire. There was also a strong burning aura on his body. Old Ancestor Green had looked at him with dissatisfaction, but surprisingly didn't scold him. If other ancient saints had offended Suyu, he would have given them a warning. However, this red-bearded ancient saint was the ancestor of the most powerful family in the Tsangtian Mountain, the Burning Flame family. This family's foundation was quite good, and it wouldn't be long before they became a sacred race. However, old Ancestor Green didn't care about this. No matter how powerful the aristocratic families were, he didn't put them in his eyes. What he cared about was that the Burning Flame family was a vassal force of the sacred puppet race. Tsangtian Mountain's fire pond was managed by the Scorching Flame family. Later on, when the sacred puppet race descended on Tsangtian Mountain, the Scorching Flame family gifted the fire pond to the sacred puppet race. If he reprimanded the Burning Flame family, it would be the same as going against the sacred puppet clan. As for the sacred puppet tribe, Green Hat really didn't want to provoke them. Suyu cast a sidelong glance at him and ignored him. He then said, I once obtained a treasure by accident, and I would like to share it with all of you. Treasure? The Netherworld old ancestor was disappointed. He had thought that Suyu's discussion would be about something important, so it was to share the treasures. He wanted to leave. With his status and level, he had seen all kinds of treasures in the world. Apart from the divine objects from the Holy Mountain, he had obtained all kinds of treasures that the great saints of the 9-star civilizations could come into contact with. Suyu was just a middle-stage master of the heavenly law. What kind of treasures could he share? He felt that this trip was a waste of time. However, he suddenly glanced at old Ancestor Green Hat and was surprised to find that old Ancestor Green Hat didn't look impatient at all. Instead, his eyes were burning, and a hint of suppressed expectation flickered in his eyes. This surprised the Netherworld old ancestor. Could Suyu take out the treasures that old Ancestor Green Hat was looking forward to? The rest of the people were not interested, especially the Burning Flame family ancestor. He waved his hand impatiently. All right, if you are here to share the treasures, I advise you not to take them out and embarrass yourself. What kind of treasures have you not seen? He wasn't here to participate in the discussion at all. He was here to deliberately cause trouble. Suyu wasn't annoyed. Just as he had said to the sinful lady before, he had invited them today not to establish his authority by force, but to negotiate with benefits. His palm flashed, and a jade box was spinning in his palm. The jade box was foggy, and a silvery stone could be vaguely seen inside. The heavenly fresh stone. The Burning Flame family ancestor snorted. Although this item is valuable, if you take it out and say it's a treasure to share, aren't you treating us like bumpkins? Although this item was precious, and they might not be willing to buy it, it would be a joke to share it with them as a priceless treasure. Suyu's expression was indifferent as he handed the jade box to the old Ancestor Green Hat. Pass it around one by one. Remember, you can only take a look at it. The old Ancestor Green Hat was very curious. Wasn't it just a heavenly fresh stone? He had one in his storage space. What was so interesting about it? As he pondered, he opened the lid of the jade box and glanced inside. Then he was shocked. His eyes shrank, and his old body couldn't help but tremble. He said in horror, This is... Before he could finish his words, Suyu made a stroke with his fingertip, and a wisp of space energy covered the jade box again. Next, the Netherworld old ancestor took the jade box, his heart full of doubts. Wasn't the old ancestor green Hat's reaction too exaggerated? How could an old monster who had cultivated for so many years lose his composure like this? He sneered inwardly and shook his head in amusement. He opened the jade box himself, but when he looked inside, he suddenly stood up from the stone bench, his eyes wide open. A cold and gloomy aura was released invisibly, enveloping the whole pavilion. It was extremely horrifying. Fortunately, the old ancestor green Hat reacted in time. He displayed a huge domain and protected all the people in the pavilion. Otherwise, they would have been seriously injured or killed by the Netherworld old ancestor's gloomy aura. Netherworld, calm down. You are an old monster who has cultivated for so many years. The old ancestor green Hat scolded him. Tomorrow morning. Chapter 3001. The Netherworld ancestor turned a deaf ear to him. He stared at the heavenly vitality stone in the jade box without blinking. On the heavenly vitality stone, the Netherworld ancestor saw something unbelievable. His breath quickened, and he could not help but reach out his hand to touch the heavenly vitality stone. However, at that moment, a wave of space energy surged over and covered the jade box again. Next, Suyu said. The Netherworld ancestor passed the jade box to the next person reluctantly. After the two vassal forces of the great saint saw it, they were equally shocked. This strange scene caused many of the forces that had not seen it to be completely baffled. What could have shocked the two old monsters so much? With their status, they had seen all kinds of treasures. Why were they so excited about a piece of heavenly vitality stone? Let me have a look. The burning flame ancestor stood up and snatched the jade box, trying to see what was inside. Before he could grab it, a wave of space energy swept the jade box away and returned it to Suyu's palm. He said calmly, "We'll talk in batches. You stay behind." "Why?" The burning flame ancestor said with a straight face. "Are you disrespecting the burning flame family?" Suyu looked at him and said indifferently, "I'm not familiar with the burning flame family, so you don't have to give me any face." He was mainly talking about the Saint clan, not the big families. Moreover, the big families who came were not friendly. Whether he would talk to them or not depended on Suyu's mood. Say that again. The flames on the burning flame ancestor's body surged, and he looked like he was about to lose his temper. However, all of a sudden, the burning flame ancestor felt a chill run down his spine. He looked sideways and saw the Netherworld ancestor staring at him expressionlessly. His cold eyes were full of warning. He said, "Slowly, be quiet." The burning flame ancestor was surprised. The Netherworld ancestor was speaking for Suyu? What on earth was on the heavenly vitality stone? However, since the great saint had spoken, he had to restrain himself no matter how much he relied on the puppet Saint clan. He snorted and sat down to observe the situation. The Netherworld ancestor looked at Suyu and nodded. "It seems I didn't come here in vain." If he had listened to his clansman's suggestion and refused this meeting, he probably wouldn't have been able to see such a shocking object. Suyu smiled faintly. "Thank you, Ancestor Yuming, for taking a liking to this little thing. If you don't mind, I can let you look at it once a year. Each time, you can look at it for 2 hours at most." The Netherworld ancestor's pupils constricted when he heard this, and he couldn't conceal the burning desire in his eyes. Of course, he was clearly aware that there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Moreover, this wasn't a free lunch at all, but a great fortune that was difficult to come by in an era. He said secretively, "As long as it doesn't harm the fundamental interests of the Holy Netherworld clan, anything can be discussed." From the very beginning, he had set his bottom line extremely low. This was because he felt that for such an unparalleled treasure, such a great opportunity, the price to pay would definitely be extraordinary. "You're exaggerating, old Ancestor Yuming." Suyu waved his hand and chuckled. What I want is very simple. He drew 4 words in the air with his finger. The netherworld old ancestor fixed his eyes on it and could not help but be surprised. An alliance of attack and defense. The so-called offensive and defensive alliance was to deal with enemies together and seize benefits together. However, wasn't this request a little too simple? He was pondering whether there was a deeper meaning behind the words. Is that all? The netherworld old ancestor asked tentatively. Suyu nodded. That's all. As long as you keep your promise, I can fulfill my promise too. Upon hearing this, the netherworld old ancestor's breathing quickened. He said, all right, I can promise you on behalf of the Holy Netherworld clan right now. From now on, as long as the Holy Netherworld clan exists on the Sangtian Mountain, we will be allies with the Cauldron forever. As a great saint, his promise naturally carried great weight. All right, Suyu nodded. With their realm and status, they no longer needed the so-called agreement. If the netherworld old ancestor did not want to abide by the agreement, what was the point of having an agreement? It had no binding force on him at all. The real binding force was the heavenly vitality stone in Suyu's hand. The netherworld old ancestor was overjoyed. He looked at the heavenly vitality stone in Suyu's palm from time to time, looking forward to it. Then, Suyu looked at the green hat old ancestor. My request to the Greenwood Saint clan is the same. The green hat old ancestor smiled and nodded repeatedly. What kind of relationship do you have with me? I agree, of course I agree. Thus, the Greenwood Saint clan signed an alliance with the Cauldron. Then, Suyu looked at the 2 vassal forces of the Holy Clan. Before Suyu could ask, they said hurriedly, of course we agree. How could they not agree to such a great deal? Unexpectedly, Suyu said, I haven't stated my conditions yet. How could the requirements of the Holy Clan and the great families be the same? He did not expect the great families to provide much help to the Cauldron. If you want to have a look at the contents of the Heavenly Vitality Stone, I need you to promise me one thing, Suyu said. Cauldron Master, please say it. The leaders of the forces could not help but ask. They had to get the contents of the Heavenly Vitality Stone at any cost. It was definitely an epic-level opportunity for a family to prosper for a long time. Suyu said, I want you to become a member of the Cauldron within 100 years and serve it for 100 years. After 100 years, you can stay in the Cauldron or leave it as you wish. The faces of the netherworld old ancestor and the green hat old ancestor changed slightly. Was he going to annex these forces? The 2 great saints were not willing because these were all vassal forces. Now that they were annexed by the Cauldron, was he trying to poach them? However, after the 2 of them looked at each other, they quickly made up their minds. Based on the contents of the Heavenly Vitality Stone, if they could really learn it, how could the vassal families compare? In the future, tens of thousands of great families in the world would come to seek refuge with them. More importantly, they must not provoke Suyu. If he left the Sangtian Mountain in a fit of anger, with the help of the Heavenly Vitality Stone, there would be plenty of holy clans in the world who would be willing to form an alliance with Suyu. By then, the 2 holy clans might not have this opportunity. The leaders of the forces said, almost without hesitation, we agree. The 2 holy clans were vassals, and joining the Cauldron was also a form of vassal. They were just changing masters, so why not? There was no loss, and they could obtain the shocking contents of the Heavenly Vitality Stone. Naturally, they had to agree. All right. Suyu nodded and agreed. Every 3 years, you will have a chance to look at it. 3 years? It was far less frequent than the holy clans. However, it was good enough to give them a chance. They did not dare to ask for more, so they nodded and agreed. After all of them had finished their discussion, the ones who were left were a group of forces with ill intentions. Suyu looked at them, but did not hand the jade box over to them. He said, First, tell me what you want to talk to me about today. It was obvious that they were not here to listen to Suyu's discussion, but to talk to him about something. Juyen, old ancestor, looked at the jade box in Su Yu's hand in bewilderment. He was rather curious about what was inside. It had actually facilitated the alliance of 2 holy clans, several great families, and the Cauldron in such a short time. Chapter 3002. Speak, Su Yu said indifferently. After weighing the pros and cons, Ancestor Juyen said, Today, I am here to inform you that the Huang family once owed us a sum of money. Now that you have inherited the Huang family, you should repay this debt. As he spoke, Ancestor Juyen took out a thick stack of contracts. The one at the top had a debt of 10 billion soul stones, which was equivalent to the accumulation of the family for decades. Moreover, there was only one, and the thick stack below was an IOU. The total amount would be astronomical. As the saying goes, it is only right and proper to repay debts. Ancestor Juyen shook the thick contract. Please abide by the agreement and continue to repay the debt. Because the Cauldron Zun had formed an alliance with the 2 saint clans, Ancestor Juyen spoke more politely. Ancestor Green Hat snorted and said, Juyen, don't go too far. Tell me clearly how these contracts came about. Don't use chicken feathers as a token of authority. In the history of the Huang family for several eras, there was a drastic change in the family. The strong men of the family died one after another, leaving only an ancient saint and many of the younger generation. At that time, the Huang family was surrounded by enemies, eyeing them covetously. In desperation, the Huang family asked for help from the Burning Flame family. The Burning Flame family immediately sent a large number of experts to the Huang family to protect them, which helped the Huang family survive. However, they took advantage of the situation and forced the Huang family to sign a large number of soul stone contracts every year. The minimum was billions and the maximum was tens of billions. After so many years of accumulation, it had become an astronomical figure. All the wealth the Huang family had fought for since the beginning of the era was used to repay the interest of these high debts. It could be said that the Huang family had become the slaves of the Burning Flame family. Until recently, when the entire Huang family disappeared, the Burning Flame family could not continue to blackmail them. Now that they found out that a force had come to occupy the Huang family, they came up with a plan to replace the Huang family and become their slaves. Ancestor Burning Flame didn't care. Because he was backed by the sacred puppet clan, he wasn't afraid of Ancestor Green Hat at all. He shrugged and said, The agreement is written in black and white binding. Why am I being excessive? He looked at Su Yu and said, According to the past situation, the repayment this month is 1 billion soul stones, plus the debt from the past few months, a total of 80 memory soul stones. He stretched out his hand. Give it to me. Su Yu was expressionless. He had thought that they had come to claim the Huang family's territory. He did not expect them to have other intentions. Ridiculous. Old Ancestor Netherworld said indifferently, Junior, don't be too arrogant. He said to Su Yu, If the Cauldron Master doesn't mind, I can give you a good piece of the sacred Netherworld tribe's territory for the use of the Cauldron Master's people. How could the Saint race's territory be inferior to the Huang family's? He was quite sincere. No. However, Ancestor Burning Flame rudely objected. He snorted and said, Since you've accepted the Huang family's territory, whether you live here or not, you've inherited their debts. You must pay them back. The 2 old ancestors glared at him. Ancestor Juyen really didn't take them seriously. He had already spoken to this extent, yet he still dared to be so arrogant. Su Yu stood up and did not speak. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the sky without uttering a single word. What? You don't want to admit it? Ancestor Scorching Flame flicked his sleeves and said coldly, Let me tell you, don't even think about leaving Hidden Heaven Mountain without paying off your debt. The masters of the other forces stood up one after another and stood behind Ancestor Scorching Flame. Their meaning was self-evident. They were standing up for Ancestor Scorching Flame. Right at that moment, a cracking sound came from beyond the sky. Everyone looked up and saw the sky had been torn apart by a giant hand. The space in the living room had been forcibly torn apart by a strong man with absolute strength. "Haha, you're all here." From the crack, a one-eyed old woman with sparse white hair walked in with a hunched back. Her face was full of wrinkles, and all her teeth had fallen out. She staggered down from the crack. Apart from Suyu, everyone else was stunned when they saw her. This person could tear the space with her bare hands, so she must be a strong man above the ancient saint level. But why was she so unfamiliar? They had never seen her on Hidden Heaven Mountain. She had never appeared in the entire cloud, desolate territory. Ancestor Green Hat frowned and stepped forward to stop her. "Stop. We are discussing important matters. Who allowed you to barge in? Get out." With a shake of his sleeves, a cloud of green mist turned into giant runes that sealed off the sky and advanced rapidly, trying to force her out. "Haha! How many years has it been since someone dared to attack me?" The old woman laughed hoarsely and raised her finger to lightly tap the air. The runes that were sweeping toward her were all shattered with a cracking sound on the spot. The shattered runes continued to tumble backwards with even more ferocious force. Only then did Ancestor Green Hat realize that this person's strength was astonishing. He drew lines of runes with both hands to offset the rune fragments that were attacking him. However, the runes that were easily shattered by the opponent were extremely fierce. The runes that the Green Hat ancestor had drawn were all pierced through. The rune fragments bombarded the Green Hat ancestor's body, causing emerald flames to erupt. Ancestor Green Hat was forced back repeatedly. He tasted blood in his throat, and his body was badly mutilated with streaks of green blood flowing out. His pupils constricted as he stared at the opponent in shock. Ancestor Yuming was also shocked. He flew into the air with the tip of his toes and stood beside Ancestor Green Hat. He opened his mouth and blew out a gust of ghastly black mist, which was filled with ferocious evil spirits and was extremely gloomy. Wherever the black mist passed, it immediately devoured the remaining rune fragments. Because of this, the black mist became much stronger. Then it turned into a sky-covering skeleton and swallowed the ill-intentioned old woman. Ancestor Yuming heaved a sigh of relief. With the power of his nether domain, once the target was swallowed, they would be corroded by the black mist and would be melted in a moment. However, the next moment, a ball of purple flames appeared in the skeleton. Ah! The black mist skeleton immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. Then it was quickly burned into ashes. Only the old woman was left in the center. She was completely unharmed. The purple flames on the surface of her body quickly left her body and condensed into an incomparably ferocious demon behind her. The demon's patterns were clear, and it was breathing heavily through its nostrils as if it was a living creature. Seeing this thing, old Ancestor Yuming and old Ancestor Green Hat both gasped, and their expressions were extremely shocked. "This is a sky-covering giant demon." They had never seen that demon before, but they had seen it in many ancient books. It was the symbol of the Super Saint clan, the sky-covering clan. It could be stimulated by the power of the bloodline and become a part of their combat power. The two of them felt as if their throats were blocked by something and they couldn't speak. How could a member of the Super Saint clan come here? Why? Since you know, you should leave. I'm not here for the two of you. The old woman walked over slowly, but her eyes were fixed on Suyu. At this moment, Suyu's chest was burning hot. He didn't have to look to know that it was a curse left by the sky-covering demon. As long as a member of the sky-covering clan was nearby, it would be triggered. Chapter 3003. However, Suyu's expression was very calm, as if he had already guessed the old woman's intention. A month ago, after leaving the Tiandu Square, Suyu felt the strange movement of the curse in his chest. If he guessed correctly, The sinful lady must have been recognized by the shopkeeper of the Guangtian Pavilion when she was selling Gai Tianma's things in the Guangtian Pavilion, and the Gai Tian clan was informed. Therefore, Su Yu had been waiting for this day. As for the invitation, he did choose this day to show the power of the Cauldron Master to the people attending the meeting, so as to deter them from having evil thoughts when he was not here. However, he did not predict that the people of the Gai Tian clan would come on this day. It was just a coincidence. The Green Hat Old Ancestor and the Yuming Old Ancestor felt their scalps go numb. The experts of the Gai Tian clan had come to the Songtian Mountain in person. Who else could they be looking for? The one I am looking for is him. The old woman walked over slowly with a hunched back. With every step she took, the curse in Su Yu's chest became more intense. Gradually it became burning hot, and his chest became red. Su Yu said calmly, "You came at the right time. This curse has been in my body for too long, and I need someone from the Gai Tian clan to remove it." The old woman laughed sinisterly. "You are brave. This is the first time I have seen someone who dared to be so arrogant after killing a member of the Gai Tian clan. TSK, young man, you are not simple." "What?" The Yuming Old Ancestor and the Green Hat Old Ancestor gasped. "Su, you had killed a member of the Gai Tian clan? How? How much courage did he have?" At this moment, the two old ancestors felt like they had boarded a pirate ship. They had the same thought in their minds, to draw a line with the Cauldron. Although they were also from the Holy Clan, there was a world of difference between them and the Gai Tian clan. Su Yu said, "So you are here to kill me today?" He was ready to fight. The other party had come from thousands of miles away, so she would not give up easily. However, the old woman laughed and said, "What do you think?" Su Yu did not say a word. He took out the great sickle and said calmly, "Then I will kill another member of the Gai Tian clan." However, to everyone's surprise, including Su Yu's, the old woman said, "What's the point of killing you?" Su Yu hesitated for a moment, then said, "I am the enemy of the Gai Tian clan. Whether it is because of the prestige of the Gai Tian clan or because of hatred, you have a reason to kill me." The old woman's reply was truly unexpected. Even the two sacred clans could not understand what was going on. They had thought that the old woman had come in a threatening manner to seek revenge. What if this old woman not only doesn't kill you, but also gives you a chance? The old woman said mysteriously. Although the plan had changed, Su Yu did not panic. He said, "Tell me about it first." If they could avoid the slaughter between the Heaven-Covering clan and the Cauldron, why couldn't they? The old woman made a grabbing motion, and the demon head turned back into a purple flame and returned to her body. "To be honest, my Sky-Covering clan has encountered some trouble recently. I would like to ask for your help." The old woman said. Su Yu's eyes flickered slightly. This was a problem that even the Sky-Covering clan couldn't solve. Yet they needed Su Yu's help? Even the tip of one's toe could imagine that the trouble was not just a little, but even bigger than the heavens. "Make it clear. What kind of help do you need?" Su Yu naturally would not agree, carelessly. The old woman walked into the pavilion, sat down slowly, and tapped her fingers on the table. A line of words flashed across the table. "Kill the strong men of the All Saints." The words disappeared in an instant, and they were enhanced by the old woman's special power. Only Su Yu saw them, and no one else could see them clearly. Su Yu's pupils shrank violently, and he said solemnly, "Your Excellency, don't you think too highly of me? Kill the strong men of the All Saints? How could she even think of such a thing? A top-notch great saint was already extremely powerful. Back then, he had fought against two great saints of the Sword Saint clan alone, and he had forced Su Yu into dangerous situations several times. Wasn't dealing with the strong men of the All Saints just like courting death?" The old woman said, "Of course, we didn't count on you alone. In fact, you are just a support. Our ancestor Gai Tian and the various alliances are the main forces. Su Yu's eyes were calm, and he flatly refused. I'm sorry, I can't help you. Although he said he was a support, who knew if he would be used as cannon fodder in a real battle. The old woman was silent for a while, then pointed to the curse on Su Yu's chest, and said, Young man, do you know that the curse has a time limit? Huh, what does that mean? Su Yu's eyes narrowed. I guess you have tried it, and no power can remove the curse, right? The old woman looked at Su Yu deeply. Su Yu didn't deny this. Over the past year, he had used the power of chaos, the power of the saint body, and even the 8 great domains. But the curse had not been worn down in the slightest. It was like a stubborn disease, and he couldn't get rid of it no matter what. That's because the curse of the Gaetian clan was triggered by the bloodline of the Gaetian clan, and the ancestor of the Gaetian clan was a strong man of the All Saints level. There is no power in the world that can remove the curse left by his bloodline unless, the old woman said, unless you can get the blood of the strong man of the All Saints and wash it away with their blood. Su Yu was surprised. The ancestor of the Gaetian clan was a strong man of the All Saints level? At his level, the power of the bloodline had already undergone a qualitative change, and it couldn't be removed by ordinary power. However, if he followed the old woman's words and took the risk to kill the strong man of the All Saints, it would be too risky. What if I don't remove it? Su Yu had studied the curse for a long time, but he hadn't found any harm to it. The old woman laughed hoarsely. So what? As I said just now, the curse has a time limit. In 10 years at most, the curse will break out. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. Break out? What would happen then? Would it cause harm to his body? After a pause, the old woman said, After the curse breaks out, you won't die, but everyone around you will. The curse will devour your mind and control you into a demonic creature that has lost all sense of reason. The closer you are to someone, the more you will want to kill them. Don't count on luck. Before the ancestor of the Gaetian clan died, he fought with a strong man of the All Saints who was a descendant of the Son of Heaven. He activated the curse with the power of his bloodline. Just 3 years later, the curse broke out, causing the strong man of the All Saints to lose all sense of reason. He killed all of his clansmen, leaving no one alive, and kept killing the stone men of the same bloodline. In the end, the Xiaoyao Son of Heaven came and ended his life. The old woman looked at Su Yu and said hoarsely, I know you are proficient in the field of souls, but so what? No matter how strong your soul is it stronger than the strong man of the All Saints? Of course not. Even the strong men of the All Saints couldn't avoid the curse breaking out, let alone Su Yu. Once Su Yu lost control, the first person he wanted to kill would be Su Kai, then Xia Jingyu, the sinful woman, Sheng Ge, and so on. Chapter 3004. Moreover, with Su Yu's great power, they would definitely not be able to resist him. This curse was far more dangerous than he had imagined. How is it? Are you afraid? The old woman said with a smile that was not a smile. Su Yu was silent for a moment, then shook his head slightly. I can only tell you that I'm sorry, but I still can't agree to it. The heaven-engulfing curse was indeed powerful, and it could possibly harm the people around Su Yu. But so what? The cursed body belonged to Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower, not Su Yu. As long as the body was returned, the curse on Mirrorflower, Heavenly Prince, would break out. It had nothing to do with Su Yu. He couldn't wait for the curse to break out sooner. Really, if you are here to take my life, I will accompany you to the end. If you are here to negotiate with me, I am sorry, but I am powerless. Su Yu was unusually calm. The old woman was startled. She had tried so hard to persuade Su Yu, and she had assumed that Su Yu would give in. But in the end, he was not afraid at all. Are you sure? According to my estimation, your curse will only break out in 10 years at most. If you can't control it properly, it might even take 3 to 5 years, the old woman warned again. 3 to 5 years might not even be enough to cover a long journey. Su Yu leaned against the chair calmly and said, Come on, it's best if you can erupt this year. 3 to 5 years is too long. He said leisurely, the bloodline power of the covering heaven demon that died in my hands doesn't look pure, but it actually took 10 years. Say, it's too slow. After the old woman ascertained that Suyu wasn't joking, she became confused. He's not afraid of death? Of course, Suyu was afraid of death. However, he was not the one who would die, so of course he was not afraid. Young man, although I don't know what you're relying on, please reconsider. Since threats didn't work, the old woman could only try to tempt him with benefits. To be honest, that Wan Sheng warrior has just returned from an ancient tomb. He might have a divine item that can affect the structure of the 9-star civilizations. Oh, what was it that was so exaggerated that it could even affect the situation of a 9-star civilization? Seeing the doubt in Suyu's eyes, the old woman used her finger to write another line of words on the table. Sinkhole Empyrean Lord. What? Suyu's pupil shrank. Sinkhole Empyrean Lord? Wasn't that the original owner of the Sinkhole Monument? He actually has an ancient tomb in this world. Could it be that the Sinkhole Empyrean Lord was already dead? As the old woman observed Suyu's expression, she revealed a profound smile and said, "It seems like I really underestimated you. It turns out that you also knew about his existence." Very few people knew of the existence of the Sinkhole Emperor Lord. Even many of the Saint clans had never heard of it. The old woman was worried that Suyu might not know the name of the ultimate Emperor Master. Unexpectedly, not only did he know, but he also seemed to know quite a lot. Is that really an ancient tomb? Suyu asked. The old woman hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. I'm not sure, but since ancient times, very few people have come out alive. In other words, it was very likely that the myriad saint expert was the only one to come out alive after all these years. It was completely unknown what he had brought out. How about it? Are you interested in joining? The old woman smiled and said, Anything brought out from there, even a speck of dust, is extraordinary. So you fell into a deep silence. If it was a treasure, he wouldn't even hesitate to reject it. However, he could not reject anything related to the Sinkhole Emperor Lord, because it was related to Qin Xian'er's resurrection. After thinking for a long time, Suyu made up his mind. How can you be sure that I am qualified to join the battle? After all, I am just a small middle-stage master of the Heaven Law. Hearing this, the old woman smiled and said, You don't have to hide it. In the Battle of the Blood Mountain, you killed 2 great saints of the Sword Saint clan. This matter has spread throughout the circle of the Saint clan. There is no one who doesn't know about your legend. And this is also the reason why I came to you. It was precisely because Suyu was useful that the Sky Guy clan changed their minds. Instead of killing him, it was better to make use of his strength. For a Super Saint clan like the Sky Guy clan, feelings and honor were no longer the most important thing. What was important was the interests. As the ancients said, there were no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. What? The ghost ancestor was startled, and a chill ran down his spine. Only now did he know that Suyu had killed 2 peerless experts of the Sword Saint clan. This, if the old woman had not told him, he would not have known. He glanced at the green hat ancestor and saw that he was calm. Obviously, he had known about it long ago. He could not help but stare at him. How could he have kept it from him for so long? At this moment, the ghost ancestor was extremely glad that he had made a wise decision. He did not recklessly occupy the territory of the Huang family. Instead, he observed the situation and did not advance rashly. Otherwise, he would have had a conflict with the Cauldron unknowingly. Just thinking about it sent chills down his spine. He looked at Suyu with unprecedented awe in his eyes. The idea of seizing the heavenly vitality stone in his mind was quickly extinguished. He did not even dare to think about it anymore. The ghost ancestor was shocked. How could the flame ancestor be any better? If the words had not come from the peerless experts of the Sky Guy clan, he would not have believed that Suyu had killed 2 of the 10,000 saints of the Sword Saint clan. He secretly took a deep breath. Suddenly, he felt that the contract in his hand was extremely hot, and he wanted to burn it all down. Suyu frowned slightly. Did the news spread so fast? He was a little worried that the Sword Saint clan would come to cause trouble. The old woman laughed. The news was earth-shattering, and many forces were present at that time. How could it not spread quickly? However, you can rest assured that the Sword Saint clan is not in the mood to cause trouble for you now. They can't even protect themselves. Originally, there were only 4 great saints left, which could barely maintain the operations of the Sword Saint clan. Now that they had lost 2 more, there are only 2 great saints left to support them. They could barely protect the Sword Saint clan. So how could they spare the energy to seek revenge on Suyu? If that was the case, then he could rest assured. Time and place, Suyu said. The old woman smiled knowingly and said, Cauldron Master is a smart man. I can promise you on behalf of the Sky Guy clan that no matter whether this matter succeeds or fails, the grievances between us will be written off, and we will never cause trouble for you and the Cauldron again. After saying that, she took out a piece of paper and put it on the table. Then she stood up and said, I will leave now. Suyu silently put away the piece of paper and said, Okay. The old woman leaped into the void. Before leaving, she looked at the flame ancestor, wanting to say something, but stopped on second thought. Forget it. Just take care of yourself. She left the Tsangtian mountain. When she looked down at the Tsangtian mountain from a very high place in the sky, her old eyebrows furrowed. Strange. Did I sense it wrong just now? Why does it feel a little like the aura of that person? The old woman pondered. After pondering for a while, she glanced at the ground, trying to find out the situation of the Tsangtian mountain. However, just as the old woman's eyes swept over the Puppet Saint clan, a cold snort sounded in her mind. Since you know it's me, why don't you get out of here? Ah, the old woman screamed, and her soul almost collapsed. She held her head and fled in horror, not even daring to look back. Chapter 3005. After fleeing for 3 days and 3 nights, he finally stopped when he was completely out of the cloud, desolate territory. He could not help but gasp for breath. His face was pale as he murmured, That person, he is still alive? Impossible, impossible! The ancestors clearly cursed him back then, and he was finally killed by Prince Xiaoyao. How could he still be alive? And he even got rid of the ancestors' curse? Just now, she felt a cursed aura on Ancestor Zhuyan. At first, she thought that the person was infected by the cursed aura because he was with Suyu. However, when she carefully examined it before leaving, she found that it was obviously not right. The cursed aura on Ancestor Zhuyan was very old and not caused by Suyu's curse. The only explanation was that there was a cursed person nearby, and he was extremely old. This reminded her of the strong men of all saints who were cursed by the ancestors. That was why she investigated out of curiosity. But the result of the investigation shocked her. We must report this to the ancestor. The real trouble is coming, the old woman said, trembling with fear. If it was really the enemy from back then the end of the Heaven Guy clan was not far away. 3 days ago, in the pavilion, Suyu looked at the sky in surprise. He felt that after the old woman left, she had probed the Tsangtian mountain with her eyes, but soon left again. Did she find anything? Suyu thought for a moment, but did not take it to heart. He sat down again, looked at Ancestor Zhuyan again, and said lightly, Let's talk about the debt again. You just said that you want us to pay the interest for nearly a year. 10 billion soul stones, right? Ancestor Zhuyan immediately stood up as if there were thorns under his buttocks. He said timidly that was all a misunderstanding. I didn't mean that. Suyu looked at him coldly. So you mean that I am deaf? Did he think he was so easy to fool? Just now, this person was very arrogant, looking down on everyone, and insisted that Suyu pay the interest in the future. Ancestor Zhuyan's hair stood on end when Suyu looked at him. This was a demonic existence who killed 2 strong men of the famed Sword Saint clan all by himself. It would not be a problem for him to wipe out the Cauldron mountain alone. The Puppet Saint clan behind him might not be able to withstand him. His heart trembled, and he hurriedly bowed and said, "This lowly one had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive this lowly one's mistake and forgive this junior's rudeness." Suyu laughed and said, "You really know how to do business without any capital. If the blackmail was successful, it would be tens of billions of soul stones. If it failed, it would just be an apology and there would be nothing to pay. Hee hee." Ancestor Scorching Flame's mouth was filled with bitterness. He knew that he couldn't put up a perfunctory front right now, so he could only say, "What does my lord want? My Scorching Flame family will not be stingy." Suyu said calmly, "Because of your disrespect just now, I should kill you." Ancestor Burning Flame shuddered and bowed. "Please have mercy, Senior. However, it's my first time here on the Cauldron mountain, and I don't want to start a massacre," Suyu said. "As long as you're willing to do something for me, I'll let you go." Ancestor Scorching Flame saw a glimmer of hope and hurriedly said, "My lord, please have mercy on me. Tell me what I can do." Suyu said, "It's very simple. I'll give you a month's time. Ask all the middle-sized and above influences on the Cauldron mountain to come to the Cauldron." His initial plan was to unite all the effective influences on the Cauldron mountain with the Cauldron as the center. If there were any difficulties in the future, he could mobilize all the forces on the Cauldron mountain to resist the enemy. He could even order them to be used by the Cauldron to expand its territory. That's all. Ancestor Burning Flame was a little surprised. He had thought that Suyu would ask for an exorbitant price, but it turned out to be such a simple request. "Do it immediately. I don't have to tell you the consequences if one is missing," Suyu said. Ancestor Burning Flame cupped his fists repeatedly. "I'll do it, Al." After a pause, he immediately looked troubled and said bitterly, "I can persuade other influences, but I can't do anything about the Sacred Puppet Clan." "The Sacred Puppet Clan?" Suyu frowned slightly and said, "I'll go to the Sacred Puppet Clan myself." Whether it was for the Alliance or to borrow their fire pool, he had to go there personally. "Why don't we accompany you?" Ancestor Green Hat's expression was a little solemn. "The people of the Sacred Puppet Clan are not easy to deal with. If you go, they may not treat you well. It might be better with the 2 of us by your side." Ancestor Yuming agreed. "Well, the Sacred Puppet Clan is always mysterious. It's better to have more people accompanying me." Of course, Suyu would not refuse the company of 2 great saints. Let's pay a visit now. There was no time like the present. It was better to solve the matter of the Cauldron mountain as soon as possible. The 3 of them left immediately and went to the territory of the Sacred Puppet Clan. Like the Soul Wood Sacred Clan and the Netherworld Sacred Clan, the Sacred Puppet Clan also occupied the best territory on the Cauldron mountain. However, the Sacred Puppet Clan was extremely low-key and only had a small territory. What was different was that its mansion was an extremely well-made giant puppet, and half of its body was buried underground. The mouth of the puppet was the entrance of the Sacred Puppet Clan. Looking at the giant puppet, Ancestor Yuming and Ancestor Green were obviously a little afraid. The former said, "This puppet is both a mansion and a fighting puppet of the Sacred Puppet Clan. Years ago, it suddenly came and forcibly occupied a part of the Cauldron mountain. It fought with both of us." Suyu looked at the puppet and was speechless. He was no stranger to puppets. When he was an 8-star civilization, he once obtained a powerful black ape puppet. Later, the puppet was completely destroyed. "What was the result?" Suyu asked. Ancestor Green Hat sighed. "Cauldron Zune must be joking. We lost." "Oh, a puppet that fought against 2 great saints alone?" Ancestor Yuming had a look of fear in his eyes. "This is because the people of the Sacred Puppet Clan did not attack. Otherwise, they would have no problem occupying the entire Songtian mountain. Suyu finally understood why they were so afraid of Ancestors Rien, a vassal of the Sacred Puppet Clan. The Sacred Puppet Clan was really powerful. If it weren't for Cauldron Zun's presence today, to be honest, we wouldn't even want to step into the Sacred Puppet Clan. Looking at the giant puppet, the memory of the battle was still fresh in their minds. Suyu said calmly, "No need. We are not here to provoke. We are just here to negotiate peacefully." Even if the negotiation failed, there would be no harm. No matter how difficult it was to deal with the Sacred Puppet Clan, they would not turn hostile for no reason, right? The three of them walked towards the entrance of the Sacred Puppet Clan. As soon as they reached the entrance, two golden beams of light were brewing in the eyes of the puppet, aiming at Ancestor Yuming and Ancestor Green, hat respectively. The two of them stiffened and immediately went on full alert. "What are you two doing here?" A soft snort came from the puppet. It was the ancestor of the Sacred Puppet Clan. The ancestor of the Sacred Puppet Clan. His tone was very unfriendly, and he did not show up in person. Suyu sighed secretly. It was really difficult to deal with.